Good morning. It's the Bennington Show on a Friday. Filling in for our buddy Opie and the whole Opie Radio crew. Harry Nilsson is the artist of the day. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Chris Stanley Bennington.
Sup, Ron?
There is Joey Jojo Bennington.
What's up, Ron?
There's Vito Bennington. But where's Gail Bennington?
Oh, no.
Somebody's napping sleeping time.
So sleepy. I'm Gail.
Remember how much fun she had last week?
Just busted my balls about me coming in late. Oh, look how the tides have turned, Ron.
Okay, don't scream at me, dude. I'm a person next to you. I'm the one who brought it up, okay? And now you're yelling at me as if you're proving a point in the Supreme Court. But I hand it to you on a silver platter. Now, and this actually makes me mad because she might have slept till noon, but I'm running late, so I wanted to start the car with, The Lord Must Live in New York City. I was going to start the show with that. Can't reach you, of course, because your phone doesn't work in this building.
Nope.
Cannot, and then I'm like, oh, I don't have Joey's phone number, just his text, which is dumb. So I'll just tell Gail. I call. Hey, oh, God damn it. Oh, I slept through my alarm. And I'm like, shit. I'm like, dude, it's not a big deal. No one cares. Stop acting like we're in the military. We're not. But, I was so mad at myself because she could have just slept. And that, to me, is the real funny joke. If you wake up 2 hours late.
I missed it. I missed the whole thing.
Oh, he's screaming a lot today, Joe. You notice?
Yeah, I know.
Just everything's a scream with him.
It's like 7 a.m.
Well, I told you when I left last night, I'm like, it's a school night.
I know.
Because you're out holding court, as you do, in front of the stand. Great time at the stand last night, doing the mashup, with the great Big J. Okerson and all kinds of great names were there.
Seth Herzog, Pete Lee, Emily Tarver.
I love Emily Tarver.
She's great.
I know that you shouldn't say that about somebody's girlfriend, but there's something.
You could say that.
So funky cool about her that it's amazing.
Pete Lee would like it.
So that was a really fun night, and it was great, but I knew, we were running a late night and we had an early morning, and I want to be honest here, we ain't early morning people.
God, no.
If we could do a later show than we even do now, we would.
Yes, of course.
Which reminds me of my brilliant idea. One night we do the show from midnight to 3. So,
love it.
I wish we would have done it last night.
Would have been awesome.
Because we were all awake last night.
Yeah, nighttime's the right time. I always say that.
Well, that's always the thing. I don't know how Jim Norton does it. When you get on stage, whether you want to or not, there's a little adrenaline buzz that runs through your body. And, it's hard to fall asleep.
Yeah.
So I don't know how Jim does. He does late night stand-up, early morning radio, and has done it for a long, long time.
I feel like he just has to stay up. And then crash hard.
You can't just stay up.
I guess that would destroy your brain and body.
But then, we've been on a crazy schedule because we did the bonfire and I did Opie show yesterday, and we got some other projects that we're working on. But then I'm like, well, how does Bernie Sanders at 75 live in a crazy, erratic schedule with planes, which always makes me tired and throws me off?
The act of traveling is like a job.
Yeah. Oh, I agree 100%. And I think, when people talk about, jet lag and stuff, I could fly from here to Pittsburgh and feel like I need another day before I get started. I don't have to go to the other side of the world. It just means like an hour trip, and you're like, you know what? Because, airports themselves are tiring and annoying.
Yeah, they beat you up. You feel grimy. I feel grimy when I go into an airport and get out of an airport. I feel like a piece of garbage.
You should feel grimy and like a piece of garbage when you're in Astoria. Just at any bodega that you're hanging out at.
Love a good bodega. Hang out, scratch off some scratch-off tickets.
So, Galen is late today, which is great.
I guess she's hungover.
The big Batman versus Superman starts today And there's that story, it's up on the Interbank today, that they've got to gross $800 million before they break even between what it costs to do that movie and what it costs for marketing.
It's over for the whole DC universe.
I don't know. I mean, people do make $800 million these days. And just because the critics have hammered it, doesn't mean... I mean, your buddy Chris was talking to me about Thor last night. I'm like, I have seen those, and I still don't know what happens or what they're... I mean, to me, it's just ridiculousness.
And it's all, I guess, an interconnected, franchise. Like, all of them are connected now. I've stopped watching
That has
them.
nothing to do with what is confusing and stupid about Thor. And people show up to those. It's not like anyone ever says Thor is a bomb. Ant-Man came out and made money. These things, people just go to them whether they are good or not.
I can't imagine myself going to Batman versus Superman. Just from the trailers giving away the whole goddamn plot of the film.
There is no plot to the film. That's what all the reviews are saying, that it's literally plotless. And at one point, the CGI is just fighting CGI with no one caring. They also say it's a lot of 9/11 porn in it.
Yeah, I heard there's basically bombings in big cities, and that's that. I don't want to go see that.
But when's the last movie you went to see? Because you do a lot of stealing anyway.
I saw Star Wars in theaters.
Oh yeah. You love the Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
You were crazy about it.
Oh yeah, This was amazing. Like Kylo Ren. I mean, that's a tragic figure in film history.
Are you joking now?
No, I'm not.
I never know.
I'm definitely not.
Seemed like you were joking because it's not a tragic thing.
I mean, spoiler alert.
Even the Star Wars fans think that it's funny. Well, I got some exciting news today. We are going to be doing one more time comedians in Batman masks.
Oh, yes.
Which is America's favorite game. We're not doing it yet, Chris. Just calm down. And then also, last night we got the news that Gary Shandling had passed away. And one of our, obviously, anybody on the planet Earth, one of your all-time favorite comedians, as well as, in my opinion, the man who made the most important TV comedy of all time, The Larry Sanders Show, which I think set the groundwork for Ricky Gervais's The Office and probably Louis, and just that thing that you could do something different with a comedy, and that you can have a comedy without any of the lead characters necessarily being good people or even likable. And you go back and watch The Larry Sanders Show now, and you could go, this could come out today, and it still would be weird and crazy. And it's just a brilliant, brilliant show. And it's one of the few shows that I ever got the box set for and then watched every single one of the extras. And it's just nuts. Just absolutely crazy about the way these people interact in real life.
I never watched the show until maybe 10 years ago because I didn't have HBO. My parents didn't like Gary Shandling for some reason, and I felt just cheated that I never got to see this thing until later, and I just loved it every second of it.
It was just a brilliant show.
It's hysterical.
But they didn't like Gary?
They had some weird beef against Gary Shandling. They're like, oh, I hate that guy. I'm like, okay.
Well, he was a really kind of a different, comic. I mean, he stood in the pocket like he was, David Brenner, like an everyman. But then his humor was obviously pretty slanted. I remember the first time, I remember, obviously I just knew him from stand-up first. And I could probably just go off joke after joke that I saw him do on the Tonight Show. And it's extremely, right from the beginning, hysterical shit. Just hysterical. But that doesn't set you up to be that other guy who can write and, produce TV shows. And Gary Shandling in the 90s was everything everybody says about Louis now. Because, like, hey, he could have had this mainstream career. I mean, there was two guys lined up in that pocket after Letterman. Letterman had the Late Show, and then Jay and Gary Shandling were the two guys lined up. They were the permanent guest hosts for Johnny Carson. And, Gary obviously would have been perfect. You see Larry Sanders.
Yeah.
It's a complete parody of it. And he chose to go off to Showtime. I believe it was Showtime that he did the Gary Shandling show, which was just nuts. Have you ever watched that one?
I've only seen a couple episodes.
That one's crazy because it was the first time that you had somebody who didn't necessarily give a shit that anyone knew that it was a fake show.
That's so
like he would say, this is the fake show. This is where the audience sits. And then they would get into the sketch itself. So it was considered like kind of bizarre and weird and just self-driven. I'm telling you right now, you could take every rave that Louis C.K. gets and compare it to the 90s of like, man, why would someone, go off and do their own thing on this, weird Showtime thing that doesn't even reach everybody, It's exactly the same stuff. And that show was just crushingly brilliant. And then he came back with, after that, a show that was even better. It was phenomenal show. And the premise that half of it was shot on videotape, the other half was shot on film. It was film when he was backstage, videotape when he was in front of the audience. All of the celebrities came on, and their real personalities were complete assholes. They were money-grubbing pricks, and they're playing themselves. And you never really saw celebrities do that, Anytime a celebrity would play himself on TV, whether it was like Lucy or the Brady Bunch, you would be this really good guy who, hey, I wanted to show up and give a football to the kids and make sure you had a date to the prom. They were always like super nice versions of themselves, and then the Larry Sanders Show starts, and they're just the worst fucked up people ever. It was great.
It must have blown everyone's mind at the time, right? I mean,
yeah, it was exactly the same as Louis. It's like the critics loved it, your friends loved it, everybody watched it and talked about it. Just that thing of, oh man, what an asshole Vince Vaughn was last night. That was fucking great. Elvis Costello's being a prick and selling a lemon used car. The whole Hey Now thing, which was like a secret handshake. I mean, it was one of those shows that you just loved. And like I said, enough for me later to get the box set and watch these weird things that went down. The other thing that was interesting is the guy who, as the series ended, and the series is ending with Larry not getting the love from the network and them loving this young guy who was going to take his gig. And this guy was a prick, and it was Jon Stewart. And it was like literally set up as a reflection of everything what it was like to be a late night guy. That you could think that, these guys were happy, but they always had a sword, above their necks about losing their gigs and doing live reads and shit. It was just light years ahead of what everybody was doing.
And the cast around him was amazing. Everyone on that show, from his writer's room or whatever, and Rip Torn and Jeffrey Tambor.
Oh yeah. Everybody went on to do great things. Sarah Silverman was on the show. Jeremy Piven, Odenkirk was played his creepy, sleazy agent, which was almost like you could see a direct line to Better Call Saul. Like you would have, people who thought like, hey, how did Odenkirk get that? I'm sure they went back and look at that character that he played. Jeffrey Tambor was a genius on the show. Rip Torn was a hilarious character on that show. It was just great. Jeffrey Tambor is one of the great that's one of the great all time character roles in television history, and he to me, he was almost the first guy, and it was very much like in The Office, where it was a guy that you hated to see win, and then you hated to see lose, because he was so crushingly weak, and you felt so bad for him when he lost anything. But then the second that he got the single amount of power, he was just a prick, and you couldn't stand him. Brilliant, brilliant show. If nothing else, I hope people go back and watch that. But crushing to lose Gary Shandling. Crushing to lose him. Brilliant, brilliant comic. And how many people can you say actually had an impact? You know, it's a very rare thing to be the guy who has an impact on your own industry. Like, I've never met a funny person who isn't just crazy about the Larry Sanders Show. I'll give you a great thing to watch. Gervais, after he hit, went back and did some shows where he just went and sat down and, you know, talked comedy with different people. Chris Guest, Seinfeld, and he went and did Shandling's show. And it is a fucking cringe fest.
Oh, yeah.
And it is hilarious. But you could just see Gary's not a regular dude at all.
It's
but
amazing.
It's really, really funny. And it's just great stuff. But he wasn't an easy guy at all. And he still put that kind of stuff out there. Like, the entire box set is just filled with weirdness and cringiness and uncomfortability. Hey, Jason in Detroit, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, Ronnie. Hey, yeah, when I heard about Gary Pass yesterday, I was shocked because that show, I mean, he was a great comedian, and that show was just so great. And the one thing I remember mainly about that show was David Duchovny on the show. That they hit it around. Was he gay? Was he not? Was he attracted to Larry? Because kind of back then, that was kind of the rumor about Duchovny. You know, a lot of people were thinking, I think that guy's gay. So his ability to play off of that was awesome, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can see people today, like the Skanks are a perfect thing, of these straight guys who just sit around doing, you know, cock jokes with each other and stuff like that. And, you know, no one goes, hey, I wonder if they are gay. But when Duchovny and Shandling started this bit of basically a bromance, which no one had ever dealt with before, and Duchovny was just really handsy with them. Yeah. And there was a thing of him showing up wearing this tiny robe that was just past his balls, and he would be sitting there and he'd be like, we ought to spend more time together. And Duchovny was legitimately, you know, it's always hard to remember stuff out of times, but when X-Files came out, Duchovny was the heartthrob of the time. And for him to be doing these closeted, you know, gay humor with him and Shandling was just like, no one did shit like that. It was like seriously being risky with your career. Like, you know what I mean? To act like he's got like a Rock Hudson vibe going on. You know, people had worked for decades to even hide any of that kind of stuff. And that those guys flaunt it out there. And again, it's that weirdness. It's a rarity in all the arts that we never look back at the guys that actually were the breakthrough people of a certain type. Like with music, everybody will go back and be like, oh, Eddie Van Halen was the first to do this, and that begat that. But with comedy, once that weirdness becomes regular, you know what I mean? Once it's accepted, it's accepted on a subconscious level to where everyone starts to do it. So you forget how shocking it was the first time you saw it. It's almost impossible to put yourself back into the head of where people were at when the show broke. But it was stunning shit. Hey, it's Gail's already about 30 minutes late, which is the funniest thing ever. I tried to even check in to get an update of where she is, but nothing.
Probably went back to sleep.
Why do you like to taunt her, and why do you always have a little battle going with everyone? For a guy who is an only child, you're oddly competitive.
You know, when I was late last week,
yeah,
I got none but shit from Gail.
Well, first of all, it wasn't last week.
Oh.
And second, you are 100% right. She was gleeful.
She
Gleeful with you being...
She loved it. Rub
Yeah.
it in my goddamn face.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I'm the one on time today. All right? I'm the one who gets up on time.
But that doesn't make you a winner. That just makes you a person who goes to work like everyone else.
Today, I'm a winner. You know why? Because one other person's late.
Yeah, I can't
Ron,
say
I'm
that.
not just a winner. You're a winner. Joe's a winner. Vito's a winner.
Dude, I was calling her to say put the longer song on
Doesn't
because
matter.
I could barely make it in, and I was up on time, but you know, I couldn't believe that I actually woke her, and I'm so pissed that I did. I just wish that she would have slept till 3:00 in the afternoon. That would have been the all-time greatest. Ben in Atlanta. Ben, how are you?
Ronnie, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
I wasn't a big Gary Shandling fan. I didn't know much about him, didn't watch much. My buddy put me onto a YouTube video one time of him and Ricky Gervais, and they sat down, and Gary Shandling got up and went and got himself coffee.
Yeah.
And he just sat down without getting Ricky in it. And Ricky was like, what the fuck? It was one of the funniest.
Yeah, that was that piece. And Ricky was, Ricky was the real new kid in town. I mean, The Office was not big in this country when it first broke. I mean, it was gigantic in England. But Ricky was actually loving the fact that meeting with this guy who was, a hero to him, was going so awkwardly. And it was. There's a thing on the box set of him and Alec Baldwin that is so uncomfortable, so fucked up.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, they were doing some kind of shadow boxing. And Shandling really took it the wrong way, like Baldwin was trying to show him up. And you could see that, his ass was red about it, And he's just a different kind of dude. I mean, he's, people going like, oh, he's a genius. But he wasn't a regular guy. Then you expect the genius to also be a regular guy. But he was really, short with stuff. And then the next moment he'd be talking about, his Buddhism, which seemed completely on the other side. Yeah. He went back, and his girlfriend at the time, when he was younger, who used to help prep him for Tonight shows, was Sharon Stone. And you're just like, first of all, imagine fucking being the person who hooked up with Sharon Stone when she first came to town.
Holy
and
shit.
That was fresh. But then, just how weird they were with each other. I couldn't recommend the box set enough. He had Apatow on the box set with him, and they were talking back and forth. And I don't feel like Shandling was... I might have even brought it up to Apatow when he did the show, but Shandling was being so short with him. And because I guess Apatow was the kid at the time, and now his career was taking off. But you could also see that Apatow wasn't taking it weirdly at all, which meant this shit was really deep and it went back. And I mean, it's just brilliant. If you love comedy, you could just watch this stuff over and over and over because it's incredibly funny and none of it is comfortable. None of it is even slightly comfortable. Hey, Ryan. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, Ron.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
So I saw Batman and Superman last night.
Yeah.
Pre-release, and it's utterly amazing.
Okay.
Really? I know Chris said it's kind of the end of it all.
It's end.
For DC.
And Marvel.
But, well, the cool thing is that so I don't want to spoil anything. It changes a lot. But what I really liked was the fact that there was character development. That's one thing that none of these comic book movies have had so far. Like, people got invested in the characters during the movie.
I don't think that, I think people invested in Iron Man.
I don't know, because when Wonder Woman showed up, all the girls in the crowd just went nuts.
Yeah, that's not character development.
That was calculated.
Yeah. No, but
that's look,
not
you fanboys and yes, fangirls go nuts constantly, and then later decide that you don't like it.
Yeah. It's just
No, but like absolutely every character did change. Ben Affleck, I thought was going to be. I was worried about him as Batman, but he ended up being great. Like he got the role.
I can't, to sit around and say that, know that there's been 4 or 5 of these characters in the last fucking 20 years. Yeah. It just means nothing whether Ben Affleck is great or shitty, because you're just going to do this again in another couple years.
It doesn't matter. How long? Ben Affleck, maybe one more movie they get out of him?
I'm sure they probably sign him that he has to do a couple, but it's not a permanent thing. It just doesn't matter. They're going to reboot Spider-Man and Iron Man and each one of these characters.
Spider-Man's already rebooted. He's in the new Avengers movie.
No, he's not rebooted. Oh, he is rebooted?
It's another new version of Spider-Man with a new actor. And it's like a young kid. It's like a 15-year-old Spider-Man or something. Like, it sounds like a baby.
Yes, because they have to tell the origin story time and time again. Because, like reading a fairy tale to children, you never get tired of it. Yes, I pulled it back in. Yeah, all right, I'm ready. So go over to the Interrobang, and we'll check out comedians in Batman masks. By the way, this is part 2. So I'm not letting you guys know any of this. And without, put it up so we could all say it. Put it up so we can say it, Vito. There you go. You're moving it down and you're part of the show, aren't you? You got to say it out loud because we're on the radio. Yes. It takes a while. So all those are comedians.
It's ridiculous.
It's my favorite thing in the world. And really all these people could be Batman, in my opinion. So without saying where it is, pick out one that you know, Chris.
Okay. I know. All right. I know that one. I'm pretty positive I know that one.
And say the name.
Metzger.
Oh!
Look who decided to come to work! Sleepy! I'm so sleepy!
I can't believe you're taking that angle. I look out for him so much. Who called you 1,000,000 times?
Dude, he was so excited.
That's so shitty. I can't believe it. Hi, everybody.
Nice to see you, Gail.
Glad to make it in,
I
can't believe you of all people.
By the way, the only reason why I called you and woke you up is because I couldn't reach Chris because I was running late and wanted to put on the song later, so I can't. I basically changed it from one Harry Nilsson song to Jump in the Fire, where I knew I'd get 7.5 minutes, and it was so. When you were like, oh, God, hey, sorry. And I'm like, oh, shit. And like immediately, because of your personality, I'm going, it's not a big deal. We're all going to be here.
Stupid.
And, And then when I finally, Chris called me back. Well, and which, by the way, do you know that the line went out while we were talking and you never called me back? His phone doesn't work in this building.
No, never.
Which is a reflection of another person who used to work here. And while we're doing this Bill Hicks project, Chris is always telling me people aren't getting back to him, but how would he know his phone doesn't work? So I was so pissed because it would have been better if you slept at 9:30. That would have been the perfect thing.
Just woke up at my usual time.
Yeah.
It's a nice day out.
Yeah. God damn it! Well, you were up late last night because you were watching the Scope.
That's
and then,
true.
Sending stuff in. And I know Vito, who I was just had to talk through moving the scroll for me, and he wasn't answering on the radio. He's just nodding his head at me. He was out. Joey Jojo was out. I would say right now, Joey Jojo's MVP for the day.
Easily.
He's on that ball.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That's not saying a lot.
No, it's not.
It's like being the MVP of Chris's kickball team. It's that unimportant.
Ron, I was here first today before everyone. I just want to let you know that. I was super on time. I made sure I was here.
Nothing worse than him getting his good boy points.
You consider yourself executive producer, right?
Yes.
So why would you be gleeful that Gail was late instead of like
A person, by the way, who called you 700 times the day that you slept in was so concerned because I had worried once when you had disappeared and wound up in the hospital.
Right.
And I was worried sick.
Yeah. Well, I was out at the Mashup show last night, and I was able to get here on time, and I don't know why you were able to get in here so late.
Such a weird angle. Such a weird angle to take.
Yeah. He's better than you, is what he's saying. By the way, Comedians in Batman Mask 2 is up.
Nice.
It's, why don't you put it on this so that Gail and I can see without depending on you guys? Because you will never, ever read stuff out loud. Or in the case of, Vito, even talk back to the host.
Did you guys talk about the mashup last night?
No.
It was so great.
There's nothing to talk of. It keeps people from coming to work.
No.
Oh my God. These are the greatest of all time. I think I know this one.
Yes. I've got upper left for sure.
Right here?
Yes.
Now, is that on the chin or eyes?
Eyes.
So funny. Now, is that the Batman that's holding a little plastic bag with all of his belongings in it?
Yes.
You got to know this one immediately.
Oh,
yes, that's an iconic look.
This is throwing me.
Me too, actually. Which you would think from what's going on there, that would be the most obvious one.
Do you know this one?
Yes.
He makes the news.
Yes.
So I don't know what names. Do you recognize this one?
Yes, I do.
That's funny. That's one of your all-time favorites.
Man, this is hilarious.
Yeah, this one is pretty gettable. You recognize this one?
That one I don't recognize for some reason.
I believe, without giving it away, that's a regular on Horace and Pete. But go over to the interrobang.com, the ibang.com, and it is Comedians in Batman Mask 2. And if you're lucky enough that you didn't catch the first one, you'll have a nice long day. Well, I'm not going to say the numbers. I don't want to give them out. Okay, if you click on any picture, it gets bigger. Hey, look who it is. It's Hard Rock Johnny. Johnny, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Bennington. Hello, Gail. Are you okay?
I'm fine, Johnny. Hello.
Good. I figured Chris would be late because he was up late watching Duke fucking lose. So that would be 240.
Oh, shit!
My Blue Devils.
240. Crank it up. 240.
How about we got baseball season coming up, buddy?
We're not going to go through an entire baseball season of 100 million games.
Looks like someone doesn't like juice then.
Who are you picking to win it all?
Royals, they repeat.
Okay, so I got to wait for another 5 months to collect my $480.
It could be 500 even, all right? 500 or nothing at the end of the baseball season.
Actually, I think if I'm going to put some points on there, it'd probably be closer to 600 with the length of the baseball.
So, come on, I'm already giving you 20, 500.
All right, fine, 500. So
give me the Royals.
Here's my thing last night. I was watching CNN, and there's the scroll on CNN had, about Gary Shandling. And they scrolled one of his jokes. And they put it in quotes, like you knew he was saying it. And I was trying to think, are they going to do that when every comedian dies? Like, they're going to just put up one of their famous jokes? It was the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen. All context, and, it's like, it just makes zero sense whatsoever. And it wasn't even, something that would make any sense. It was, something about I was dating a woman and she didn't even know about it.
The news is out of their mind fucking crazy today. Every goddamn news show should be hosted by Cat Williams. That's how fucking insane it is.
They never know how to handle anything.
Anything.
Which is kind of the biggest part of their job. Is anything could happen and they're going to have to roll with it.
Dude, I got up this morning as I'm trying to get ready. I put on CBS and their weatherman is talking crazy. And then all of a sudden, the camera just starts spinning in circles.
Oh, my God.
And I'm not even making it up. I'm like, I only had a couple hours sleep, so I'm feeling really nutty. I mean, I'm not like Gail, deep sleep,
well
enjoy
rested.
life. Yeah. Just passed out.
Just in the most perfect sleep.
How late do you think you would have slept if I hadn't called?
It's hard to say. Maybe another half hour maybe. I'm not sure. There's no way to know.
So you literally
weird.
slept through an alarm?
I slept through an alarm because it's not like the sound was on because I woke up to the sound of your phone call.
Right.
Which I guess if
answered fast too.
Yeah, I was treating it like an alarm, I guess.
I guess your alarm should be me calling you. Where are you? Get in here.
Judging you.
You took a responsibility with this job. Comedians with Batman masks. If you click on, there's number 1, easily to see there.
That one I love.
Yeah. Number 2, I know that one.
I don't know number 3.
Come on.
Chris, come on.
That's very famous. 4, I do not know. 5 is easy.
6 is a good one. That really stumped me.
I don't know 7 at all.
7 is great.
How could you just take a small Batman mask, put it over somebody who is either famous or someone that we know well, and go back to 6 and 7?
I don't know who 7 is. I'm freaked out by it.
All right, 6. Do you guys figure it out?
I have 6. Yeah, I have with a hint, but I didn't have it before then.
7 should be easy, and it's really, really hard. I know who it is now because I have access to go and check on names. So I went and checked on both of those. I thought I knew 6 immediately, and then I had doubts, but I did know. I go down lower. I know both of those guys.
What's 8?
Yeah, I have no idea who 8
I'm
is.
so confused by 8.
Can I make a guess on 9? Just a guess. Is it Billy Connolly?
No.
Shit.
Nope.
8. Go back to 8.
No idea.
Man, I know. Now I'm checking, and I wouldn't have got 9. Do you guys know who it is?
I have 9, I think. 8, I'm stumped on.
Guys, you got to go over and check out Comedians in Batman Mask 2. All setting up the new big Batman versus Superman Yawn of Justice.
The Yawn of Justice.
I don't know 17, and I hate to guess when it's black dudes because it feels more racist.
Right.
When you miss.
You're not even naming comedians now.
You're just naming black people. Oh, by the way, you guys have got to see this. It's up on the iBang, and it's a video from Malaysia, right? And these Chinese tourists see a black couple and just want to get their pictures taken with them as if they're famous. And it's so uncomfortable and hilarious at the same time. And the black couple just rolls with it. They just think it's fucking funny as shit. But if it happened in this country, we'd be the most racist people ever. But go ahead and click it. So these are just Chinese tourists in Malaysia. And when they see black people, give me volume, they're thrilled. Look at this. They're putting their arm around the person.
Look how happy they are.
Yeah.
They're so excited.
And then once one person does it, other people start to.
Holy shit.
Because they were like, this is what I wanted to ask him, but I was too afraid.
There's like 4 people taking a picture of this couple.
They're actually lining up.
Yeah. They're starting to queue. And look, he's got a sense of humor about it. I mean, he's taking it as if he is a celebrity. Look, Look at her just cracking up.
Now,
They're both forced to take pictures. And what are these Chinese people going to do? Go home and go, oh, here's a picture we got. We met a black person.
it's so crazy. And the way they just walked up to the girl, like they're not able to communicate with her, but you can see in their face, they're like, we'd like to take a picture with one of your females as well, if that's all right.
Right. And I don't know whether these people think that that's Beyonce or, you know what I mean? Like, I have no idea if they think it's someone famous or just the way we would. It's so great.
It's so great. And I love what good sports they're being about
They
it.
have to be.
They're having so much fun with it.
Yeah. They have to be good sports about it, or else they're going to just be furious and nothing else. Like their vacation will be ruined. They're just cracking up as they're doing this. There is no reason.
There's at least, 12, 15 people have already taken pictures now?
As if this was Ray Romano in Malaysia.
That's crazy. I had a friend who moved to China for a little bit, and he was blonde, and he said the amount of people that just would come up to him asking if they could take pictures of his hair, touch his hair, because they had come from a place that they had never
seen blonde people.
Never seen a blonde person in real life.
It's like if Edgar Winter walked in here now, like we would be like, they don't really care so much about the music, but where is any color in your body? Is this all gone? But I remember even when Mike Tyson was in Japan, he's walking down the street and people would walk over and just start to rub the top of his head. And Mike would just let them and then move on. Like he was just like, okay, go ahead. Like you were just thinking to yourself, look, Japanese people, he could just start punching all of you.
Yeah, of anyone to test that on.
Yeah.
That's probably not a good idea. But I like the boldness. But there's something really endearing about saying, I've never experienced this and I want to, embrace that, and I'm making it clear to you.
Yeah, it's like when a toddler sees a beard or a mustache and they just come over and start putting their hands in it instead of having any kind of social morals about themselves at all. Morals can't be the word.
Vito, didn't a tourist take a picture of you just by sheer size once?
I was walking into the street and this Asian guy came up to me with a camera and I was like, oh, I thought he wanted me to take a picture of him, so I went to grab the camera and he went, no, me and you. And then
oh my God.
And then he puts his arm around me and gives me a thumbs up and I had no idea what was going on.
He had honestly never saw anyone as large as you. It's almost like picture you going to the Bronx Zoo and seeing a rhino. That's how she felt. Like, you're not thinking, oh, there's a famous rhino. It's just the fact that it's a rhino alone.
It exists.
So those videos are great. That might be one of my favorite videos ever.
That's awesome. Just
because of the sheer kind of naive joy. Like, you don't get a chance to say there are innocent adults, but here you are doing something so antisocial, and yet you don't realize it.
Yeah.
You don't get it at all. And you can see, like, Vito hasn't stopped today feeling weird about that guy doing it with him.
Yeah. It's fucked him up.
But there is something cool about, the opposite of what everyone's supposed to do, which is to pretend that we're not all that different.
Right.
Is to say, "Ooh, this is strange. This is such a new experience for me. We look so different." Normally you're like, I don't notice anything different about you. You're just a person to me.
It's a fellow human.
That's how I see people.
We're just people. Oh, dude, I'm so pissed at your mom. I forgot to bring in the book for you that your friends have, but I'm going to see you tomorrow morning, right?
Yeah, you're going to see me tomorrow.
I promised them last night I would bring that book. There is a thing at my house of the book right there with a card on top of it that said, give this book to Gail. That's how bad I am at just doing a nice thing. I'm pissed at myself now. I mean, I'm not as late as you, but
Sure.
Who is?
I'm whatever the opposite of MVP is today.
Well, we were talking about this before you got here. It's just because our schedule has been crazy, but how the presidential schedule is, how nuts that is with the travel and the big gigs and all that. And those old people, you know, when you look at Feel the Burn and Hillary, that's got to be even Trump is a guy in his late 60s. And yes, he has a plane, his own plane and his own helicopter. And yet that's still exhausting. Yeah. And you're under scrutiny no matter what you're saying or doing. Everyone is watching you. Any little slip up of anything you say is going to be judged. And then the debates are like mental Olympics. Oh, yeah. And that's got to be hanging over your head constantly. By the way, gigantic sex scandal in the presidential. None of you guys know about this at all? No. All right. So knowing it's a sex scandal, don't go looking it up, Vito. Let me just fucking set a premise with you guys. National Enquirer has the story and looks like have put a lot of work into the story. Now, it's not on the national news now, but it's one of the... Joe, quit cheating. Quit cheating. I just want you... So, there's, 5 left? Yeah. This person is a serial dater, has been with multiple people, some famous, they've cracked it. Which candidate is it? That's all the information I'll give you. Chris?
Kasich.
Cruz.
Trump.
Bernie.
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz?
So just go to the front page of the National Enquirer. Now, this always gets me. I don't care if anybody gets the freak on. That's their business. But then I don't know how you judge. The judgmental freak is what you can't stand. That is always the person to look at. The person being preachy, the person telling you how you're supposed to be living your life, the person judging what kind of... So I only saw this because Kyle was sending it to me all night long. And some of these people are famous that Cruz is been... National Enquirer are the one that broke it about... It was a couple ago, right? It was one of the Democrats, like a couple... and this guy was like a front runner. I can't even remember his name now, which is always crazy.
A Democratic front runner?
The lawyer?
Yeah, the lawyer from down south. And this is how quickly we forget their names.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
And that guy hung around for like 2 elections, too.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, and then he got caught cheating with like his aide or whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is. And you never care. I mean, people like to party. They like to get their freak on. I don't think this would have anything to do whether Ted Cruz is his ability to be a leader. I don't think it necessarily makes him a liar or all that kind of shit that we act like there's character flaws. The character flaw for me is this dude then acting like the gay is weird. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Being a hypocrite is the only problem with it.
That's the only problem at all. Because everyone you know, even if they're by themselves doing it, gets their freak on. You know what I mean? Even if they're just looking at porn while they rub their taint, they get their freak on.
That's what they like.
So that's as much as I'm going to get into the whole thing. But what Kyle was sending me is, you know how they blur out the pictures and all that, or they change it to block? Well, the fucking internet is at the point, and you have so many things that people easily go in and use whatever...
Depixelate or whatever?
Yeah, whatever these things are, and you just have straight pictures of these women, and they're either high in political arenas or high in the media.
Oh, man.
And you can't do, I guess, these block out pictures anymore.
Just cut the headouts.
I didn't know that there was, what do you call it? Depixelator?
Like when you see that, it's like pixelated. Like the face is like pixelated. But I didn't know you could depixelate it.
I didn't even know. So you invented the word depixelate
right
while
now.
you're sitting here.
Yes, right now.
Because it sounded so official.
It did. I was like, I thought you said it like, depixelator.
It's depixelation. think it's a depickleization.
All right, in Georgia.
Hey, that was John Edwards.
John Edwards.
Guess what, Ray? You nailed it, and you're going into the pretty good prize closet, my friend.
It's the pretty good prize. It's the pretty good prize closet. We have pretty good prizes. It's the pretty good prize. It's the pretty good prize closet. You can find us on Twitter.
Ray in Georgia. For guessing John Edwards, you won the signed book. You're Better Than Me, signed by Bonnie McFarlane.
Oh,
That is a great book. By the way, last night at the stand, I had people coming over saying how much they love the Bonnie show, the Bonnie Unmasked.
Yeah, people still have been tweeting about that.
Is that right?
Still sending me, love the Bonnie Unmasked. It was a really great one, and it was such a fun night.
Well, yeah, it was. So that was just, and Big J was telling me that he was there that night, and I didn't even know about it. Christine was there that night. I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, we didn't even see them.
It was a blast. By the way, I got into what I would call, I guess, the backyard of that place to go smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Last night. But the stand has also a very cool apartment and then like a little deck area up top.
That's nice.
Yeah. They could turn that thing into quite the speakeasy if they'd like to.
They should go after hours. Love
The
an
stand
after
is just
hours
such, it's such a great club that it almost is like anyone's fantasy of what a New York club would be like. Because I was upstairs with all the comics who were either doing the first show or planning on doing the second show. And they're just partying and having their own tables. And it looked exactly like if you were to run the opening theme to Saturday Night Live. We're just funny people with glasses were turning around and smiling at me. You know what I mean? I just felt like I was the camera. Great to see you. It's got that very hip, urban feel for these, young people in their 30s and 40s that are just chasing their art as hard as they can.
And comics love that place. Like always, comedians say that they love the stand.
But I don't know. I mean, it's very affordable, and the acts that are just hanging out there. Like if you were coming to New York City, the amount of people that you could party with that you see on TV, here on the radio, here in your podcast, and are like some of the funniest. You can just mingle with them.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking, hey, if I wasn't in this business, if I was traveling to New York, I'd rather hang out at the stand than go to Saturday Night Live or the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
You just see hilarious people just walking around and then ready to jump up and do sets. There's no other art form, I think, that you can mix with the people who do it.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's great how, comedy, when you're seeing it in a smaller space, the intimacy that happens there, it's so much fun.
Yeah, Big J's comfort in that thing of like literally treating it like his living room. Like I was hanging out smoking with him for an hour before we did the show, right? Nothing had changed in what we were talking about. You know what I mean? Like people are like, I was thinking, people should just been standing out on the street with us because it was the same show that they said that they like. Right. And I don't mean the same material. It was all completely different, but nothing changed. It's a very, very fun scene. And thanks to Christine. And that's a weird show for her to do, and all the people that were in that show too last night.
Oh yeah, it's Seth Herzog, Pete Lee, Emily Tarver.
Love.
Yeah,
it's all
they were great.
Love them all. Shredd Small just stopped by.
Oh, cool.
And he was, about to go up. And the entire night is just, it's always like that. I mean, Louis stops by there whenever he wants to. They have like a standing thing to just, drop in. It's a really, really cool, fun room. And I think it's probably the only room that the seller kind of looks over their shoulder at, you know?
Like, hey, what are they doing?
Because they have this comfortability of being next generation, you know? I mean, there's no doubt that the seller isn't the peak of everything they want to be. But any young comedian is going to be drawn to the stand because they're going to get a little more time and stuff like that.
Well, that's what always happens with whatever new scene or next generation. They end up going to the place that has the doors open, and then that ends up being the place to be.
Yeah, like I'm turning around saying hi to people, and then all of a sudden the guy's like, hey, I'm like, hey, thanks for coming out, but it's Sam Morril. You know what I mean? He's like, I can't hear back from your guy, Chris.
Oh, Chris.
Chris, we got to work out something with you. Maybe you're not getting the emails or phone calls.
Could be.
The phone calls are a problem, but I did respond to Sam Morril.
After last night?
No, when he emailed me.
He'd like a date.
I can't wait for it.
He only wants to do it with Joe. He goes, the only time I'm going to come into your show now is with Joe because we get too big of an impact when it's just,
Right.
you know, he goes, I don't want to lose that thing that we have.
Well, they're so fun together.
Yeah, man. We were like in this really lucky, fun time to be all hooked up with that too. Like what people say about how much fun they have coming in here with you, Gail, it's just crazy. It would be ridiculous. I wouldn't tell you because your head would swim, but they were all just bringing up about how much fun they have coming by and doing the show.
Well, it's such a blast. It's so much fun to do.
Yeah.
It's crazy that we get to hang out with the funniest people.
Well, you know, I got the Delco guys on Opie's show, right? And you know, to have Louis Anderson come in. And then, you know, Norton's in here and Vic Henley's in here. But I see it from their point of view, and they were like holding their own. You know what I mean? Like, It was cool for them to come in and mix it up and not feel like they didn't, you know, like they were in a place that they didn't belong. They just came in here and just ran with it. But afterwards, they're like, this is nuts, huh? Like, yeah, we get a lot of people coming through here.
Yeah, it's very funny where you can feel like sometimes you'll think like, oh yeah, this is just like another day. And then all of a sudden you're sitting here and you're like, yeah, I'm talking to David Tell. That's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty crazy.
That's not when we're going, this place sucks.
Right.
This place blows. Well, those dudes were just happy to meet. Oh, that was like a big thing for them, you know?
Oh, the Delco guys? Yeah.
Man. Yeah, they were fun. And then Louis Anderson came into that show yesterday, just held court, man. He is so funny. Did anybody watch Baskets last night?
I did.
Hilarious, right?
It's so good. It's the perfect mix of how funny and really tragic.
And also not letting you know where these characters are going. The Martha swerve was the funniest shit ever.
I was cracking up. I would have never expected that to be the direction of where her storyline was going.
And then the second it happened, I'm like, of course, you know, because she's not going to be just the stereotypical thing. Larry and Yonkers saying, I can attest to that. Went to the stand on Wednesday, and Judah Freelander just hanging out before his set. So great. And then also somebody said, Larry said this, that the street parking in that area for Showtime is pretty easy. It is true. I don't know why, but that area is a great place to get street parking.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought that.
I don't know why.
But I also just don't think that about anywhere in Manhattan.
By the way, it was Stephen Knight that said the Judah Freelander hanging around. But Judah was probably just happy to be hanging with Stephen Knight.
Oh, yeah.
He's got his new album. I mean, his first solo project. I mean, he's been in that cocoon of a great pop band for so many years. And now he's doing a solo project.
I can't wait for it.
All right, people writing that Breitbart has confirmed the Ted Cruz stuff.
I can't believe it.
Go to Breitbart. And again, this is nothing personally that would change. I mean, I've never liked Ted Cruz from the beginning. So this only makes me like him. to know that he's a poon hound?
Yeah,
You know?
I mean,
He loves it. He can't get
It
enough.
makes me want to give him a second look, you know?
yeah, because I'm just shocked if, multiple women saw something there. I wouldn't have thought
I don't get it.
I wouldn't have thought
That's
it.
the part. All right, so it's not on Breitbart?
I didn't see it yet.
Okay, thanks. Because sometimes people just say stuff like that. You can't necessarily back that kind of stuff up. I hope it doesn't get any traction, and I hope that's not why people vote for him or don't vote for him. But I'm just saying it's out there.
Yeah, the problem with that is a lot of people who are supporters of him are supporters of his because they think that he stands for some sort of values that they can relate to.
Yeah, well, when are they going to wake up that anyone that they've ever put in that position still ends up getting their dick wet somewhere?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? At what point do you wake up and say, we have a system that doesn't work? No one can make it work. It's like if you're a baseball fan and you wanted to pick a hero who never made an error and never struck out. You know?
It's crazy.
It's going to happen.
And
People like to get out there and get that freak on.
I don't know why people worry about it, why they're concerned about it. It's the same thing that I'm always interested anytime there's a politician or celebrity that people have rumors that they're gay. And you start to think, like, are we still in a place where
Yes.
people feel that they need to do that? And in certain communities, it is the case,
Dude, Ash, is it North Carolina now who's running a law that's not dissimilar to that one that they're trying to push? And is it North or South Carolina? That's why you gotta, if you're in that position, you gotta be able to look it up. And it's just a anti-gay law. That's all we're talking about. And you're like, that place is getting cooler and there's cool towns, and yet shit like this still pops up. Who cares who's gay?
Yeah.
Who cares who dates with who?
North Carolina.
Who expects it out of North Carolina? Who expects that? That the rest of the states have to go, hey, dudes, if you guys do that, we're not going to fucking, do our business with you anymore.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Particularly when there's been so many advancements in the way that people think about gay culture, trans culture, in the last few years especially. If you're in a certain bubble, you would think, why would anyone have a problem with that? It's hard to believe.
Even if they do, I have a problem with a lot of people. You keep it to yourself. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I mean is enough that you would want to bar them from doing certain things or block them out or not include them the way you include everyone else.
Even if you don't, saying I'm not going to call them, include them in my party. If you have a dry cleaning store, you still have to take their service and you can't act like it's different. And, when I was younger, down south, people were still, I know people up north offended by interracial dating or whatever. So what? Keep it to your fucking self.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's none of your business. It's not your fucking business.
Yeah.
And that's where the gay thing is exactly the same place. And guess what? Progress happens no matter what you do. Blake in Wisconsin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. That North Carolina is really conservative, except for some little communities like Charlotte, who tried to pass a law that said, hey, we're not going to discriminate against LGBT. You'll be able to keep your job and get a home and, have the bathroom of your choice, whatever.
I don't know if it's as conservative as you think. I know a lot of people who live there, and it's a beautiful state, cool scenes going on. Asheville is one of the coolest scenes in the country right now.
Yeah, Asheville is its own little thing. It's an island to the rest of that state. Nowhere else in the state is like Asheville. It's like Austin is to Texas.
And yet, I know cool people from Austin, from Texas too.
Yep.
I just don't think that these. I get that some people are still going to be, racist or sexist about whatever, but I don't feel like it's the norm for any place. Even if you don't like it, right? Yourself. I don't think most people want to stop people from doing stuff.
Yeah, you would think that when I say that there's progress, I don't necessarily mean our own personal prejudice. You know,
Right.
it's like people still hold the things that I think you don't really see the progress until the youngest generation grows up, where they grow up without the feeling that that's the norm. So there are people who can change a little bit the way they treat other people or the way they allow, but you're still going to have the same prejudice, whatever that seed was that was planted.
Well, when you say the kids grow up that way, I think the reason they grow up that way is because of the schools. No other reason.
Right, exactly,
You know what I mean?
because oftentimes parents keep whatever those things are that were taught to them.
But the brainwashing, and I do mean it is brainwashing, even if you think that it's good, right? It's still brainwashing. I mean, you have to brainwash children to shower,
right?
Or they would never do it. You know what I mean? You got to brainwash them to brush their teeth and to not hit each other, because it would take no time at all for them to turn into the Lost Boys. All right, we're going to break here. Before I jump in, David wants to jump on the big sex scandal. David.
Hey, Ronnie, what's going on?
Yeah.
Glad to make it, Gail. Ronnie, it seems like Ted, I guess he showed a picture of Melania in one of her photo shoots using one of his ads. And then Trump came back with a tweet saying, hey, watch it or I'll spill the beans. So there's something there.
Well, he actually said, I'll spill the beans on your wife, and that's just shit that Trump says. I don't think he had anything, and apparently this National Enquirer story, they had worked on it for some time.
Well, he didn't mean that it hit her beans. You know, he just dropped the beans. The beans doesn't necessarily
Yeah, I don't think Trump did it. I know that you want to think that he can do whatever he wants, but he says a lot of crazy shit, and I can't imagine him having this much information at all.
He knows everything.
I mean, just how quick it would take for the National Enquirer to fact check it, that it was him. It looks like they've been doing this deep for a long time. All right, let's break here. We'll be back. Batman, comedians in Batman masks is the funniest shit that you'll want to send your friends. That's up on the Interbank today. The black people being treated like they were celebrities by Chinese.
So funny.
Is incredibly funny. But I guess we'll come back and look at some of the Cat Williams full fight video. That's up on the Interbank as well today. Gail is finally here, and it seems like she's awake.
It's good.
So
I'm lucky I'm a morning person.
Dude, the fact that we laughed so hard at him, and then you did it the very
believe it.
next time.
Good work.
Yeah, perfect. It's the Bennington Show. The great Harry Nilsson, probably one of the greatest voices that we ever have.
It's like a perfect, sweet voice. I love his voice so much. And he's such a phenomenal songwriter.
Yeah, and it doesn't, for a guy who has such a great, beautiful voice, then he, there's other songs that like Jump in the Fire and Coconut Song. They're just so bizarre and weird in a different direction.
Yeah.
I always thought that was kind of his problem, that he didn't pick a kind of a brand for his type of music. If you look at the great people, Todd Rundgren and, now everybody acts like Bowie's accepted, but it took all the way to the 80s before you had any kind of mass appeal.
Yeah, caught on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that probably has something to do with it, that he was just too weird to put into any
You got to be
box.
the Beach Boys, at least for a while, where when people go, oh, I know who that is, and then they jump into it. We were talking about the Ted Cruz thing, and the only reason that people get mad about his sexual exploits is because he is, a hypocrite, and all the Bible thumpers always turn out to be. And by the way, the same thing happens with the liberals. When you run into those green people who then also you find out are watering their yard or have a private jet.
Of course, yeah.
And a number of liberal dudes that are just misogynists, you know what I mean, who are still running that angle.
Yeah, and just try to box women out like any other female politician. Yeah, and all of them take money, and then that changes their opinions on a lot of things. And
Yeah.
it's across the board. It doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat, but it's always so weird that it seems like these sex scandals and always happen to the guys who seem to be telling everyone else how to live their life and what kind of values to have. It's weird.
I forget who did the bit. Maybe it was Chris Rock, but what are you saying, that the people who don't have affairs are the ones that don't have opportunities? Because the second that a guy is treated like a sex symbol in his world, anything that he had before, any ideas he had about the sanctity of marriage just disappears.
Well, it's funny that you say
Thank you.
they're of their world, because that happens so often where there's a scandal within a corporation or something, and you're like, this guy wouldn't be doing well for himself in any other circumstance. But when you're in a position of power, no matter what you're doing,
when you become the
people
alpha,
are gonna follow you.
If in any subculture, any subgenre, you know what I mean? Like if in the worlds of restaurants, if someone's a badass chef or a really good bartender, he has opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, in that world, he's kind of celebrated. There's only some, you know, celebrity that's mass appeal celebrity. This is speaking of which, and I'll just do this quick, the Madonna story on the Upper East Side, where she made up her own no parking signs. And not only did she put the signs up, but also had it put in the concrete in front of her house.
Painted the sidewalk, the yellow strip that you get when you're not supposed to park. It's crazy that somebody would think that they could get away with that.
Well, they did for years. She got away with it for years, and then like people are like, they're gonna throw the book at her, and you find out that that the city said something like, "Hey, do me a favor and you know, just take down those signs." That's the beef she got. But Chris, does this drive you crazy?
I mean, the parking thing is so horrible in New York City.
Yeah,
it's shitty because she can afford a fucking garage. I mean,
I'm sure it isn't for her cars. I'm sure she has, but this is for the people who come in to maintain that $40 million townhouse, which is always funny about New York City, because you could walk past this townhouse and not go, wow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just looks like another townhouse. Just because Madonna owns it doesn't make it any better. And $40 million anywhere else would be a hassle.
I'm shocked how long it took to bust her on it.
Yeah.
Because have you ever seen a sign? So it says no parking, and then there's signs that say tenant parking only. And I've never seen that before.
Yeah, you can't do tenant parking unless you're a cop. Or, you know, they have special news parking,
right,
stuff like that, emergency vehicle stuff. But I thought what was great about this, these two stories broke at the same time. Number one, she fakes her own private parking on the same night that the Post had run a story that Sean Penn was in the Spotted Pig, this great restaurant, just smoking at his table all night long, just having the time of his life.
I think it's great because you know the Spotted Pig is like, if we get a fine, it's worth it because we've got Sean Penn smoking in our restaurant.
Yes.
You know that they made that decision.
Again, it's better to be a celebrity. It's better to be rich and famous than not. And if you get mad, like you're mad at him, Chris,
I'm annoyed.
Instead of go for it, Bowler, I would think that you would like that.
Because I want to smoke too in a
then
restaurant.
Make your career better.
Then you're going to have to get 2 Oscars at least.
I gotta get to work. Son of a bitch.
But I agree. I mean, there's no smoking rules in this building. But if Keith Richards or Sean Penn came in here and lit up, I wouldn't say you have to put that out. I wouldn't fucking give a shit. These sprinklers could be going off around here. I wouldn't care. You know, they could come, because I know security gets mad if anybody lights up, and I'll be like, that isn't my problem. I'm not the fucking smoking police, dude. If anyone fucking lit up a joint, I would have no problem with it. I'm here to get an interview. Now, I'm going to check with Kashmir. Where are you on this Madonna prick stealing all the parking?
Oh, she's getting the parking she deserves. Like, that is like, I'm sorry, who told her neighbors that they're allowed to just like park in front of her? And I heard there's a lot of parking down at the stand, so they could just go over there and let the person who gave them music for the past 30 years.
You know, that is a good point. You do get to live next to Madonna. And I guarantee you that all these people brag to their family, Madonna's moving into the neighborhood. I don't give a shit how much money you have.
Even if what they do is complain about her, New Yorkers love to have that thing to be like, yeah, Madonna's my neighbor, and she's got this parking. But they would rather have that than not have Madonna live next to them.
All right, if I lived next to Madonna and she had these no parking signs up, right? I would just fucking park there. It's not like she could have your car towed. You know what I mean? This is for fucking rubes who don't know the situation. I'd be like, great, I got some free fucking parking spots right on my street.
I just, and that's exactly true, because I mean, you have, like, I don't like my neighbors because they sing a lot, but you're like, yeah, my neighbor was so loud, just singing Ray of Light a lot, and they're like, oh, that's an awesome song, and you got an awesome neighbor. You're like, yeah, perfect pitch.
I tell you this, anytime any of my neighbors throw a party and it's too loud, I just turn up my TV. I'll never fucking be the guy who complains about neighbors. Just fucking deal with it.
Because then you have to know that they actually exist. Because in your head, they're like, oh, that's just a little voice. I don't like, I like to live in my little box.
Sometimes I get young girls that live above me and walk around with their fucking heels on, which women never know. There's no worse sound than a woman in heels.
Like on a hardwood floor?
On a hardwood floor. And yet, never once have I thought, I'm going to, if I see them, I'll just bring it up. Just like, fuck it. Deal with it. You live, one man's ceiling is another man's floor.
I have never complained about a neighbor before. And I've had neighbors who have dogs that bark all day.
You got trumpet playing neighbors.
I do. I have trumpet, piano, and clarinet all
do you live
in the
next
same.
to Madonna?
She lives in the Fame building. I want to agree that, you know, if somebody has, I mean, this is just a funny story. It's not a mad story at all. And the city's not even mad. They're just like, Madonna, you got to fucking pay that.
Come on.
First of all, she's on tour. Here's an interesting little factoid. Madonna just passed Bruce Springsteen as being the biggest grossing act in the history of the world. Touring act.
Yeah.
So the Madonna tour's lifetime just past the Springsteen, which I'm shocked because Springsteen's been playing stadiums since at least the 80s.
Yeah, that's massive.
Yeah.
Like, that's massive to beat out Bruce Springsteen. That probably would have been my guess if you had asked me. I would have thought it would have been Bruce.
As far as big touring bands, to be able to do it for years, and I mean the Stones, but they don't go out every year. But I'm sure Bruce will pass her again by next year. You know,
but I have to say, I saw this like most recent tour of hers, and it was phenomenal. She deserves that.
Is she lip syncing though? Be honest.
With only the bottom lips, because she did a lot of she did a few naked dances.
You are so.
I'm not even. She pulled a girl on stage, just like a random girl, and then just like was like grinding on her, like throwing bananas and socks at her. And I was like, this is like beautiful. Like I was just like, everyone was jumping. It was
Is that
amazing.
her gimmick? So she pulls girls out of
She pulls girls out, she spanks them, and then she pulled the titties out of that 17-year-old girl. When Chris Stanley does it, everybody gets mad.
What's their problem? Why can't I do what Madonna does?
Because you're a pet.
I'm not, no.
I love that both of these stories are up on the iBank, but I think I like even the Sean Penn smoking in the spot at Pig more.
It's so great.
And then
I think it's great that they let him.
I don't even think it would be I don't think it would come up at all. And they said no one at any tables around him complained. And then Charlie Rose came in and sat with him for a while, which I was still pissed at Charlie Rose for that interview that he did with Sean. I thought it was prickish.
Oh, yeah, he
that
did
last one.
kind of do like
But
it.
I guess they're buddies, you know? I guess they're fucking whatevers.
Wonder if other people started lining up in the restaurant.
I would.
Right?
I would fucking pull down a cigar.
Oh, this is cool now?
Immediately.
It's a parking spot all over again. Oh, good. This is for everyone then.
I
Try and stop me.
Yeah.
It's only one fine.
All right, here's a great... Put up the Natalie Portman doppelganger. And There is
what?
All right, that's young Natalie Portman there, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you see that? That person who looks like Natalie Portman is a 13-year-old boy.
Oh, no.
They're identical.
I know. I mean, look at the chin and the face.
The eyes.
Nose,
Yeah.
too, yeah.
Like, the eyes are perfectly matched up. The best is this dude didn't even know, right? Like this, he found this photo of him.
His girlfriend sent it in.
Well, here's the deal. If you're a 13-year-old boy, you probably don't even remember when Natalie Portman was famous, because she's one of those people, once she had the kid, she just took it off the shelf.
Right.
And really at her acting peak, I mean, she just won the Oscar. And then...
I'm out.
Is that fucking stunning?
Oh, that is weird.
Now, here's the thing. Natalie Portman is one of the most literally physically beautiful people.
Yeah.
When she was a little girl, they had to fucking scream at every adult in America, stop staring at this little girl.
She's a
Stop
baby.
sexualizing her. What was the movie? The Professional?
Yeah.
That was insane. And the director's cut was even more.
Dude,
Okay.
you come across so greasy and slimy.
I'm not greasy or
Relax.
slimy. I'm
You're
just
both
saying.
of those. You're greasy and slimy. And your grease gets into your slime.
That was grime.
So there's no way that little boy would even know who the hell he just looks that way.
Yeah, it's insane. Now, that little boy could walk into a scene of Beautiful Girls and you would not be able to tell the difference. Like, that looks exactly like the way she did in Beautiful Girls.
Yeah, it is.
He's a beautiful girl.
And that's what that movie,
Certainly is.
by the way, was about. Like, hey, be careful, that kid is still a kid.
Yeah, that's...
And it's fucking hilarious.
Because The Professional was first, I think,
Yeah.
right? And then that came after. So, like, all she was getting was, like, sexualized roles. Which, actually, the weird thing about Beautiful Girls is she's not even sexualized. She acts like a little kid. She looks like a little kid. It's not like...
She's a little too smart, though. Like,
she's
she's
smart.
hip. Yeah.
She's smart and she's hip. But it's not like they have her dressing very adult.
No. She's not being dirty, but she is this little muse, right?
Right.
That he definitely is enjoying a flirtatious thing. But when his buddy is ice skating with his kids and looks us over like, what are you
That's the funniest moment.
What are you doing? It's one of the funniest movies in any film.
Because she fake trips and like leans into him, so he picks her up, and his buddy's just looking like, "What's he doing?
What's he doing?
Come on, dude!
Dude, come on! Just keeping his.
That looks just like that 13-year-old boy.
It's the same.
Like even the hair is the same.
That is so funny how the picture's going back and forth like that too.
Nice GIF.
Even like the little like freckles.
Oh
I
yeah.
was gonna say, like the little
Like
like,
the
love
moles,
touch on
yeah.
his side,
It's so weird.
Blessed young man.
Weird thing to say.
By the way, this is what Madonna said on her Instagram about her painting the yellow strip and all that. Yes, bitches.
Oh God.
I am Madonna, and that is my driveway. And if people park in front of it, I can't drive in my driveway. So sorry the city doesn't like the color yellow. We will paint a nice gray, dull gray to keep our neighbors happy. Sorry, I'm saying 3 extra Hail Marys this Easter for this transgression. So fucking funny.
And I love how she's like blaming New York because New York doesn't like color. Yeah, well, we'll make it gray, a gray New York.
This is why your son doesn't want to stay in that $40 million mansion.
I feel like she's really missing the point on this.
Love Madonna.
So much. I was watching they live streamed one of her concerts in Australia, and I was watching it over the weekend too. It was great. She came in on a tricycle, a clown. Yeah.
But here's the thing. The only thing you haven't talked about is the music. You do not care about the music at all. And by the way, neither does Madonna.
Yeah.
She doesn't
We're on that same
shit.
page.
She
But I
doesn't
do know
give
that
a
music
shit.
makes the people come together.
I'll say this. I do love early Madonna. That dating Basquiat, sleeping on the floor Madonna, and getting style out of like trash can. It's Madonna. you
Yeah,
know?
she had the best style. I loved watching her music videos when I was a kid because I was like,
Yeah.
okay, this is what you're allowed to do when you're an adult. This is pretty cool. What was her first single, Lucky Star?
I think it probably was it. Look up when she broke. But immediately, little girls all over the world started dressing like her. And then Who's That Girl? When Who's That Girl came out,
Who's that girl?
that movie is that's the Madonna look that I still dig.
I love it.
Yeah. And that's the New York that I still dig.
No,
Just that
everyone does
crazy.
Kabbalah.
Yeah, that shit. By the time you got into that and voguing and all that,
A couple $100 million later.
That's Vogue 93 MTV Music Awards. Best performance ever.
Holy shit.
Watch it like once a season.
Why is John Malkovich naked? Is there a reason that he would be nude for something?
He is on a vinyl disc, and it's his naked body for this portrait that he did.
Why is it a vinyl disc?
He came out with a record last season.
Oh yeah, I forgot
last
about
year.
that.
So this is his cover?
Yeah,
I
and
hate
this
to
is-
tell you, but it looks like he's taking a shit in a rock toilet.
Or is that his giant poop?
Oh God, that's actually. Here, I thought I won the gross out contest, and he's rising above his own shit.
Oh God, so much.
So up on the iBank today, a picture of John Malkovich on his own giant turd, rising above it all. He is just a madman. Speaking of parking, what's this video where this woman's losing it too? I don't know which one of you guys sent that one in. But it was left. Is that you, Vito?
Yeah, I sent that in. So this woman parked in a handicap space, and when she comes out, a social justice warrior is waiting for her to just fucking give it to her, and she's not taking any of his shit.
All right, social. You seriously?
I can't believe he said it.
Fucking use hack terms like that, dude. That is like one of the dumbest. That's a turn-off term for anything for me. I'm not even going to do the story now. Just the fact, you know what I mean? I just can't fucking take that kind of shit. Did you see it, Gail? You liked it?
I've seen the video, and I will
see
agree.
the social justice warrior,
SJW.
I wouldn't call him that, but it's one of those situations where you don't know who's being more annoying.
I know, Vito. That's who's more annoying right now. Here's Jeff, Strong Island.
Hey, first Madonna single was Everybody. I'm not proud to say it, but I was DJing in a roller rink, and that was the big one at first.
Was that one that was for good? Let's try to grab it. Everybody, Madonna. And let's make sure we know that this is a true fact.
82.
82 this came out.
Yeah, I believe 82. Pretty sure.
I don't even think I remember this video.
Yeah. That's the song.
I don't think this got the big MTV push, though.
That was because I think this was her first single, but it wasn't.
It's stiff,
yeah.
huh?
And, like that's why people were a little like, "Oh, who is this?" Like Madonna. Like they were a little hesitant about her at first, and then they just kind of. I think it was
Lucky Star
that got her. Yeah.
I can't remember which one had been the first I remember seeing. It was either Lucky Star or Borderline that I can remember seeing first. But that would have been around the same time, like early to mid 80s.
Now, do you think a bigger, kid pop star, girl pop star would have been Madonna for her generation or Britney Spears for that generation?
Now, if they were head to head at the same time.
Head to head, the impact that they made, obviously they both did.
I think Madonna would have won out because Madonna was, despite the fact that she was a pop star, she was still kind of bold for a pop star. She was still, she didn't feel tame, I don't think, where Britney was playing on the, I'm a little girl, where Madonna kind of was more fashion oriented. Yeah. She was sexual.
She was like a full on performer. Like she would be like, "Oh, this is good to dance with," and Britney Spears is kind of just like, "Oh, what is this song? Okay, cool, I got it." Like she wasn't really that involved in any of this stuff.
No
one can beat Madonna either.
I would say, and I know this sounds weird, I feel like Madonna, and particularly that era, was the beginning of the end for rock and roll. It's like when a pop star got bigger than rock and roll people didn't even slay it.
Yeah.
Like, rock and roll people used to attack, Donna Summer or whatever disco act was happening. But you had that Madonna, you had Madonna and Michael Jackson, and suddenly there was this thing that this full image thing was bigger than just having a cool band with a great guitar player. So I'm going to say she had the bigger impact than Britney.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that in many ways, everybody who came after who was doing pop was a variation of Madonna. I mean, even all the young, pop star girls always say, what was Madonna that got me into...
It's Madonna and Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Still to this day, because it's still about the visuals over the music today. It's still about the machine, the hype machine, the marketing machine. But I'll tell you this, I remember Madonna had a statement that was like, alternative rock, alternative to what? Good? She just literally mocked out people that were underground. And she started as an underground performer. She was a club performer first.
Yeah. Could you imagine discovering her though? Because you would think that she would be perfect for that. Like, she would have had that kind of charismatic...
I think it was Jelly Bean Benitez or whatever his name was. He was like a downtown DJ and all that. But the early thing of Madonna is that she would step on the neck of each next thing to get bigger and bigger.
Right.
Like, she went from that to signing with a huge record company to suddenly whatever she did, whatever it was to get bigger, she would do. That kind of, blonde ambition.
But that's the thing about even the parking spot and all that kind of stuff. You have to think anybody that you've ever idolized who hit that kind of level, they have to have something burning inside of them that is like, I am the greatest person to do this thing.
Yeah.
That's a personality type. And you could say that about anyone you idolize. They had to be ambitious enough, which probably means that they were selfish enough, that they were probably not that great to other people.
Tim Knight wrote in, we got your back, Vito. Social justice warrior is an awesome term for PC pussies. Here is, and I will say this, the difference between Madonna and Britney is I don't think Britney had any idea. I think this was done for her. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I think they said, how do we make Britney the new Madonna? But I think Madonna made Madonna. Hey, Cody, Indiana.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
I think, as much as I hate to admit it, I think that Britney Spears is more impactful than Madonna, possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, Madonna being the trailblazer, but Britney Spears' act of the sexy young girl, innocent, cute, going into, trashy bitch act has been emulated for longer. I mean, Britney's been out for 15, 16 years now, and it's still the thing.
I don't know. Britney is such a fucking train wreck. You gotta, it's amazing. It's an amazing public act, and that she's still packing them in Vegas. It's just stunning.
But the interesting thing is that Britney had to have a comeback because, she fell out of it for a while. She went crazy. She wasn't, on top of her game. Madonna never had a comeback. She never went away.
Yeah, because I feel like that's because she was so in charge and knowing what she was doing and knowing how to plan these next steps. Whereas Britney was like, what do I do now? There's techno music now. What's happening? Then she kind of just went off the walls a little bit. So if anything, Britney's kind of like a cautionary tale.
I don't know.
I think so. I'm going to put that out there.
I'll tell you this.
Survey the crowd.
I don't know if anyone's done more with less than Britney, And I know, Vito, that the social justice warriors don't want to hear about that, but, we got your back, bro.
When
dude.
When I was in Italy, they were playing Madonna at any place that there was alcohol. Anywhere I went in Italy.
Yeah.
And it was whatever
like
that
it was
album
no-
was. Yeah, exactly. But I think that the most recent album was the one with Hung Up.
Confessions on a Dance Floor.
That
was
the
her.
one.
That's like her autoclave. Yeah.
But everywhere I went, that song "Hung Up" was playing. Like it was any time I went in any place where there was alcohol.
And that's
of any
one of those songs. Like the first 3 seconds just hooks, like makes you feel alive. It's like the.
It is a great song. I'm going to give you that. "Hung Up" is a really fucking good song.
It's so good.
All right, Blake writes in, Lady Gaga's Madonna's revolutionary contemporary. Britney was engineered like Michael Jackson. Blake, first of all, you can't start running down Michael Jackson because he ran that weird ship. He ran the weird Michael Jackson ship.
Yeah.
Britney, I admit, she was a Disney girl that fit into whatever. Talk about selling the Lolita thing, too. The uncomfortable little girl thing.
It's very
The
strange.
Rolling Stone pictures from the first Rolling Stone magazine.
Yeah, isn't she like holding a teddy bear in that?
She's in like a little girl's bike and tiny shorts.
Oh, it's a Teletubby.
Yeah.
She's got a stuffed
That's the wrong one.
Teletubby.
Dude. You got to go from the first Britney. The first Britney where she's on the bike and stuff like that. Look at
and
that.
And she has the word baby written on her.
I'm a baby.
Now, the thing is, she was of age then, right?
I think so,
She
yeah.
started at 17.
Yeah.
That was when
So that's 17?
Yeah, hit me baby one more time.
Yeah, but no one who's 17 dresses that way.
I have homework.
Yeah, she's 17 but acting 11.
She has the bike of like a 6-year-old girl.
Look what look what Joey wrote for this. Adam in California. Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's shaking, buddy?
Hey, bud.
Remember the courtship of Eddie's father and Harry Nilsson? Go back to that. Did the theme song for that?
Yeah. Adam, Joey wrote up, it's the courtship of Vinny's father. What do you think this is? Some Brooklyn show?
No.
Best friend. Hey. Here's Dean in Buffalo. How you doing, Dean?
Hey, Benzo.
Yeah.
About November 1979, I was managing a band called Wise, which was a 3-member power pop that was locally popular in Long Island.
Sure.
And they were playing a club on the North Shore called U.S. Blues. And this girl comes up to us and says, "Hey, listen, can I do a couple songs?" And I said, "If it's okay with the band, sure. Why not?" And this quirky girl started doing these weird gyrations on stage. And we were like, that's just stupid. And it turns out it was Madonna.
What year was that?
79.
Wow.
Fall of 79.
Crazy.
And the person who really got her going was, and I can't think of her last name now, Liz from Warner Brothers Records, who is still her manager now.
That's an amazing trip, right?
Yeah, that's really insane.
And,
but they also said that Madonna was, well, the fact that she was with Basquiat and when she was hanging out with photographers and models, they were all the right people. The photographer that did her early stuff that kind of changed her entire look is like known to be like the dude, you know.
I think of it all the time where sometimes I forget that Madonna was with Basquiat. That's a pretty weird thing that the two of them were together.
Yeah, not so much when you think of the fact that it was the downtown scene and they were both there. That was not the biggest scene in the world. You know, there was that was basically about 400 or 500 people moving from club to exhibition, you know.
Yeah, and that inner circle of that must have only been a couple dozen people.
Right.
And that he would have dated someone who would go on to be like the biggest international pop star and one of the most recognizable names and faces.
Yeah.
It's pretty strange.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Fucking New York in the 80s, the coolest. All right, up on the iBank today, my favorite thing is the comedians in Batman masks. It'll be the funniest thing for you to check out all day.
And this is is if you would imagine a really good Batman movie, where was your favorite comic?
Get off a lot of lines.
All right, go to number 19. Does everybody?
Let me see.
Thank you.
Who is that?
None of you guys really recognize, right?
I can't tell.
Tricky, because like the mouth, I feel like I should know it. It's really strange.
One of our favorite comics who comes in here. One of our all-time favorites.
Really?
Yeah. I'll just give this next hint.
All right.
We're doing them during the best stuffs.
Oh, I'm going to think about that.
You literally still have to think. Now, 20 already has me confused, though.
No clue who 20 is.
Matter of fact, I thought when I first looked up that 19 was T.J. Miller, but it's not.
I thought too, yeah.
But
kind
it's
of
not.
Similar.
Yeah, and you would never think in real life. 20 is one of my favorite people. I consider to be one of the more attractive male comedians of all time. Unrecognizable in a Batman.
Power of the nose, yeah.
Who knew?
I mean, 19 and I have the same facial hair, but I can't.
Someone wrote in that Britney had more competition than Madonna. No, you have to remember when Madonna broke was literally Thriller, Purple Rain, the most difficult giant time for being a single act.
Yeah, for Madonna it was what? X-Teen? That's it?
Well, and then, it was X-Tina and the boy bands. Yeah. And then the girl who doesn't know the difference between Chicken of the Sea and chickens.
Jessica Simpson.
Oh,
yeah.
Great show.
But great show.
Great show. Really
Have it on
great.
box set.
Can I tell
Really
you something?
program.
I would laugh my ass off at him, except for I've seen every fucking episode of that. I've saw every fucking episode of that stupid fake show.
Because it was like the first of it. I'm like, why? Like, what's a reality show? Why are we watching their house? And why are they this
And
stupid?
she was so cute and so stupid. And to see, like, you knew they were going to break up because he would turn to her and go, like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? You know, and you're like, he's going to fucking knock her out.
Every time I would put on that show, I couldn't believe how uncharmed he was by her.
He didn't dig her at all.
Sick of it.
And then the fucking dad would come over and she would just swoon and he'd be like, where's my big titted baby? Look at you. I could rub my dick all over you right now. Good, I'd love to see my cum on your ass. You're like, what are you doing?
This is a weird show.
Yeah,
Shouldn't they cut this out? Yeah.
And the mom would be standing there like, oh, you two, you got your own special bond. And he'd be just like, look at you, darling. I wonder what that little pussy smells like. That little pink flowers. And the son would be like, okay, hey, can I get you a beer? Can I get you two weirdos a foot and a half away from each other? Is that too much?
What's she up to these days? She always like
She's got one of the biggest fucking clothing lines in the world.
Yeah,
really?
She's
insane,
pushing
yeah.
on being $1 billion. I don't know where she sells it. It's
I
fucking.
think it's like all in like it's like Kmart and Target exclusively, and it just is constantly like being restocked. I was so surprised at that. Yeah.
Wow, I did not realize.
Yeah, it's
and
probably
it's
the old
her
man
name,
behind it.
or
Yeah.
she.
It's her everything. She's the CEO of the corporation.
She doesn't know what that means, but she is the CEO.
Yeah.
No, but she kind of just kind of doing her own thing. I think she's married to like a football player.
Yeah, I don't know. He's big, but he's not a football. She was up here one time and was just not on our show, but saw her in the lobby. Couldn't have been any nicer to every single person that came over. You know, it was those things that you're like, I see how nice she is.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, she's got the kind of southern charm, right?
Yeah,
She's
I
got
mean,
that.
She's a salesperson, first and foremost. By the way, I always thought she had a good voice, though. Like, literally.
She does,
She had
yeah.
a good instrument.
With you, that was my first ringtone.
First ringtone.
What was your second?
Take My Breath Away. Also by her. And it was like before you could have ringtones that were actually songs, so it was just like a little instrumental. It was so enchanting.
Go to number.
Didn't get a lot of calls.
Go to number 15 on comedians and Batman masks. You're doing all of the work now, Chris, from there?
I just pulled it up over here,
Thanks. Number 15, that's an 8. And this is a good. Do you recognize that one?
I do.
No.
You don't recognize 15?
You don't?
And that's another one of our favorites.
Really?
I'll say this. Not one of your favorites, Chris.
All right, now I know who it is.
That's awesome.
He actually could play Batman in the movie.
Yeah, he looks like a pretty good Batman.
I think he'd make a lousy Batman.
You just was saying that he looked great.
I'm just saying in the act of being a vigilante. I mean, aesthetically, sure. Looks great.
You just don't think he's vigilante enough?
No, he's not vigilante material. 17 is awesome.
I love 17.
One of my favorite ever.
And wish it was true that he was Batman. Then I would actually probably go see this movie. I was just thinking this the other day. It was very weird. I have seen every Batman in the theater, and I would not think, oh, that's my thing. But there's not a Batman that I haven't seen in the theater.
I'm going to give it.
I feel like I should on that alone.
I'm going to give it some thought because I feel like I probably have seen every Batman in the theater.
I didn't see the last one in theaters. I think I've seen every other one though.
What was the last one?
The one with Bane. That was Dark Knight Rises.
That was the last one?
Yeah.
I think so.
So you probably didn't see everyone in the
No, I did. I did, 100%.
You saw that one?
She's like, there's more than one.
You look like you lost your
No, I absolutely saw that one in the theater. Of course I did. Of course I saw Bane in the theater.
Does everyone know this?
Yes.
Yeah.
This one is perfect.
Guess what? I didn't. I thought for sure. In my mind, it was Mike Bichetti. That's a great one. God, there's nothing better than comedians and Batman masks. And if you haven't seen the first one, I think it links up, and you'll just spend all day playing and trying to figure out who they are. They're just great. All right, let's take another one of our breaks. Let's get around this, what I said earlier we were going to do, and we'll be right back. It's the Bennington Show. That's the great Harry Nilsson from, I believe, probably the best cartoon movie of all time, The Point.
He's got a point there.
You've been goofing with the bees.
You ever see a pterodactyl? You ever want to see a pterodactyl?
Harry Nilsson is the musical guest on our show today. If we were Saturday Night Live, he would be the guy that just pops out every once in a while.
Great show.
Thanks so much for being here.
Saturday Night Live, a great show?
Our show.
Oh, our show. So you just yelled that we have a great show?
Yeah.
It's odd.
I like the idea of this because then at the end of this show, we'll be hugging Harry Nilsson and saying, great week. I learned a lot.
With that sad Saturday Night Live song that goes out.
It is so sad. Like there's something kind of sad and sweet. It's like almost you realize that they had their own little 1 week summer camp with those guys.
But for us two at home, it means our life is slowly passing by. I mean, you're like, oh, that's another Saturday that's turning into a Sunday. I've been doing this a long time now.
And I always like that the cast are hugging each other, even the people that they work together every week. It's a cute little moment.
Gary Shandling, the story is out now that he had called his doctor the night before this happened and said he wasn't feeling well. And the doctor said, well, if it keeps up tomorrow, go to the emergency room. So it's one of those deals that if the doctor would have said, come in immediately, who knows?
Right.
Because, Gurian had his Widowmaker thing that he apparently caught at just like the right moment. Like Gurian, as soon as this happened, was like, see how lucky I am? And I'm like, yeah. Isn't it funny how life works out? You live, Gary Shandling dies. No,
God, it was such a shock, though. I mean, just would never expect it.
No, out of nowhere, you know.
And his shows so much are tied to childhood memories, watching Larry Sanders when I was a kid. It was always on. And
yeah. Well, I forced you and your brother to watch those kinds of shows. I'm like, watch this. This is brilliant.
It's great. My household was like, no Gary Shandling.
Doesn't mean that your parents were wrong, Chris. It's just a different way.
No, they were wrong. 100%. They were wrong about that.
I remember once getting in big trouble because I kept asking too many questions during Larry Sanders.
What were you asking?
And you're like, if you ask one more thing, it's either you're going to have to go to bed. Because I would just be like, now, who's that? Mm-hmm. Who's that actor? Okay. And they're dating, or you're like, okay, enough. I'm trying to
watch a show. You know what's funny is like our relationship is still the same.
Yeah.
No more questions, Gail. No more.
It's no different.
Save it. Try to figure it out on your own. Yeah, I remember Shandling's, like the first time that I saw him on TV, he did a thing about how dads would unbuckle a button during a good meal. And if another dad saw it, he'd be like, hey, where'd you go? You know what I mean? Like if another dad was looking over. But also there was a thing of he was going wide when we go past the field that had cows in it. Do you roll down your window and go, meow? And then he said that the cows were like, hey, where did those cows get a car? It was the funniest shit. I mean, he just had great stand-up. But you know enough to know about it that to turn great stand-up into two great sitcoms is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's an impossible thing. And he was so loved and respected by his peers.
Everybody.
There were so many people who cite him as either an influence or the person who led them through comedy or through... Either
a direct influence or I was saying, well, you were in a deep sleep earlier this morning, but I was saying that everything that you read that critics say about Louis C.K. now is the way they talked about Gary Shandling in the 90s. You could actually just trade out that he went, instead of going chasing network and the bigger money, to go off and had the freedom to do it on this other platform. Because at the time you're like, why would anyone walk away from a chance to host the Tonight Show? Like they offered him syndicated TV shows to do a late night show. And instead of doing that, you know, easy cash cow, he went and did Larry Sanders. Much harder, much weirder. And a lot of people flat out did not get.
Well, I'm sure you talked about it this morning, but...
This is when you were sleeping?
Yes, when I was panicking and on my way here.
You know, Opie seems to make it in here every day for his job on time.
I know.
I made it in.
Didn't you have a backup alarm?
It didn't get set for me. And it's never been needed before.
Did Chris or your mom check in?
No, no one did, even though I always text Chris in the morning. Son of a bitch. S.O.B.
He was loving it that you were late.
I can't believe it. When I had your back and was concerned about his health, was I not terrified?
Well, right now, Gail, I'm trying to focus on Gary Shandling
let me
the weird tension that takes place between you and Chris. That it's actually making me nervous because instead of it being like, "Hey, we have trouble at work," I'm like, "This is not the beginning of a rom-com. This has to stop."
It's a sibling rivalry.
No.
Okay.
Anyway, what I was going to say was I'm sure that you discussed it, but there wouldn't have been anything like that show before. Larry Sanders.
But nothing was close to
it. Think of how many shows you could compare to it now that it probably reminds you of it. It's the texture of so many.
It was the beginning of that. And the interesting thing is whether it comes to Gervais or, any other show, people go, oh yeah, Shandling show was a huge step. Like, it's not like he didn't know that he was an influence in his life. Enough people said it, and enough people gave him, incredible props for it. Brilliant shows.
And that there was smart comedy that was on TV it was
smart comedy on TV, but it was really the first show. Like, I remember the last time Apatow was in here, and I brought up Larry Sanders was the first show with like non-likable characters that you followed every week. And he goes, well, Buffalo Bill. And I'm like, how many episodes did that run? Half a season or something, where Sanders was that show that was so funny, and you're rooting for people, who are kind of creeps. Every fucking date that Larry Sanders was on, he was a creep. He was a pillhead. He was jealous of other people. If somebody started doing well, he'd have them fired. He was, and yet you still, rooted for him. His boss was an alcoholic. His fucking sidekick was a sociopath. It was a crazy show.
I think about the fact that for Curb Your Enthusiasm to exist, they must have said to people who were going to play celebrity characters as themselves, where you're playing a less than version of yourself, you're poking fun of yourself, I'm sure would have cited, it's like a Larry Sanders thing. Yeah. Because that really started there, where you would never expect someone to say, I'm playing myself, but I'm acting like a douche or something.
Well, there was stuff like, there's these brilliant things where he was looking for a show to follow him, which was happening at the same time with David Letterman. David Letterman was going to own the show behind him, and Larry was, and they decided they were going to go check out Bobcat. And then they took the fact that Bobcat had lit a couch on fire on The Tonight Show and put it in. And this stuff was done almost in real time. You know what I mean? Like, it was so funny and cutting and brutal. It was just great. It was a great show. Gary Shandling, genius. And, right now, inconsolable. That's how I feel about him. I know when he had the box set, we tried to get him on Unmasked. I think the thing that happened was he didn't come to the East Coast. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he just flat out said no. Why would I do a stupid radio broadcast? Which, I get completely. But he was one of those guys that was dying just to say, and knowing that it was going to be uncomfortable. Like, there's a thing Gurion put up with him bothering Shandling at the Montreal Comedy Festival, and it's unbearable. 2 minutes is unbearable to watch, Just in 2 minutes alone, you're like, why? Why do I have to watch this?
Yesterday I was going through Shandling's Twitter, just going over like some of the last jokes that he shared with people. It's heartbreaking.
I know. Tim wants to know, are Hicks and Gail having a contest who can show up the latest and not get fired? I don't know which one of you was the latest. You both seem like, if we were doing minutes, it's almost the same time.
It was probably about the same time.
Joey knows.
I was keeping track.
That's awful.
Fucking Joe.
Please let me be earlier.
Chris, when he was late, he came in at 7:34.
Yeah.
When Gail came in, 7:33.
Yes!
So you did it.
Oh,
yes!
Now, here's the funny thing about Joe. He didn't even try to bring that up. It's just the information he had. And then when I got into it, he goes, as a matter of fact, they do know.
That's such little brother shit.
I know.
Actually, Dad, I have been keeping a log. Man, that is so funny. Now,
Hysterical.
on top of that, can we also compare At least I brushed my teeth and put on clean clothes.
Well, true.
So I should also get points for that.
He didn't do either today.
No.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I got here.
Oh, you didn't come last night. I forgot. You watched on Periscope? He had his buddy Chris with him, which is the guy with the same voice, the same everything as Chris.
I've never met him.
Were you thinking that I was going to ask Chris?
I thought you might. I mean,
Yeah.
he's with me.
I didn't because
He wanted to come say.
Once Jay shows up, I have to give him all my attention. But I was dying to just. Well, I wanted to needle a little bit for you to think I was never going to give it away on the first thing. By the way, Bobby Pantera, whatever they call him now, beautiful woman with him last night.
Oh yeah, lovely lady.
Oh, is
Bobby's
that right?
always done well with the ladies. Always.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, when you're the producer of the Skanks, you do is what you do. All right, we've been saying that we're going to see this Cat Williams, but you don't even feel like selling it now that it's longer. You put it up, you told me, and then during the commercial, I'm saying, what do you got? And you're like, not really anything.
No. All right, so this is the extended full fight video. It's from a different angle from another kid's cell phone. So the beginning of the...
All right, let's set the table. Cat Williams, for some reason, found himself playing with children, and then punching one of those children, and then getting his ass whipped by one of those children.
Just beat by a 7th grader.
And this is back in Atlanta, where he said he would never go back to.
Yeah, this is the same place where he got the cops rolled up on him because he was apparently robbing a pool supply store.
I don't know why he goes back to Georgia. It ain't good for him.
Oh no. So this is from a different angle of that initial video, and whenever we see the kid just hitting him, just basically yelling at each other.
All right, let's put it up then.
And then it goes in. Hey, hold up. They were playing soccer together. And Cat then takes a seat.
Let's stop it for a sec. Does it seem like the kid was looking for trouble?
I think that the kid wanted it was getting in his face.
Okay.
Hey, bro. I just got out of jail, nigga. They probably didn't have my ticket shoot.
Hey, I thought you was real funny before, bro.
Yep.
Hey, bro, I think you hilarious, bro.
Yep. Hey. You're gonna have acne until you're 26.
Just keep talking that shit.
For what?
Hey, once he get up, it's over. He get up, it's over.
Hey, bro, you want to?
Hey, once K.O. swing, it's over. Don't do it.
No, I'm talking for real.
Yeah, you talking shit.
I mean, you know what to do.
Hey, you better back up, Cat.
Or you can get your dumb ass move the fuck out my way, little boy.
Oh, what's up?
Little boy, I told you. You fuck up with me. Yeah.
Oh, his ass up, Cat.
Hey, stop. Chill, man.
His ass up, Cat. His ass up, Cat. Okay.
No, baby. Tell me that's your child.
No, he hit me first, bro.
That's what happened back up on me, little boy.
Yeah, get out there.
I got son. Get away from me, little boy.
Yeah, you really did. You all in his face, man.
That's what you do, little boy.
Yeah, I'll take him to jail. Hey, you gonna get Suge Knight. Yeah, Suge Knight go come.
Come on, half the community, all that a little broke nigga do that to a celebrity.
Man, he always like that, man.
I probably don't care about that much. So thank you.
You alright, Cat?
I'll be in the hood every day.
I know that's right.
You're alright, I'm just trying to show other celebrities why they don't go to the hood more.
I know that's right.
It's not they don't want to, it's they know bullshit happen.
Everybody.
Like that,
Well, I will tell you this. The little kid was wanting a confrontation. I mean, but you can't throw hands at a youngster. You just can't do it.
Yeah, it's a child, and he hit first, which is not a good look.
Now, there is no arrest on this. This is just another day in the life of Cat Williams.
I think that no charges were filed.
I want us to get a movie studio, and then offer a 10-picture deal to Cat Williams. The plot of the first movie is that we just follow Cat Williams doing what Cat Williams do.
Cat TV.
Now, I'm going to need somebody to come in and interpret for me because I have no idea what black people say anymore. I'm completely lost on it. I could have been in Nicaragua or Yugoslavia and understood as much as what that crowd was saying. I'm not getting it. And I'm a guy who watches Friday Night Tykes.
Yeah.
Maybe Big J could translate for you.
Big J understands. He was so funny.
Back up off me, little boy. That was a crazy good impression he did.
Oh, I thought you were saying about yourself instead.
That was good what I just pulled off.
How do I do that? Yeah, Big J had a great Cat Williams last night. Chris, you said you were going to watch Friday Night Tykes, and you're not there.
I'm not there yet. I'm going to binge watch it over the break. I'm going to have a lot of time on my hands.
We're already going to be in Western PA by then.
Oh,
and I'm going to give this away, Gail, because you might like to watch it. The one from Western PA, which is like Pittsburgh area where a lot of pros have come out, they are going to have one of their football players, 8 years old, is gender fluid. And they refer to the ball player as them.
As them.
Still using two different names, going back and forth.
Really?
Never saw this in a football field before.
That's amazing. So this child doesn't choose or is not sure?
I think I'm going to have to wait until I see it.
Right.
But I think the word is using both names right now, depending on how they feel.
It's very strict. We've taken the binary thing off the table. It's no longer one or the other.
Not in North Carolina because you can't choose your own restroom if you're transgender. Because isn't that a chance for perverts just to go in there? And like the way people love to see other people piss and shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Number one. That's your thing, right? Isn't that the kind of
That's
porn
your fetish?
Well, it's like the creep shots. There's just something about it, the voyeurism aspect of it,
You like the creep shots?
It's just interesting to me.
If you were a creep, wouldn't you like creep shots?
I guess that makes sense. It's like your nature.
If you said to an Italian in Brooklyn, what, you like spaghetti and sauce? I mean,
Yeah,
you're going to say to a Japanese person, wait, you eat raw fish? He's a creep. He likes the creep culture.
Yeah. There was a recent thing, this woman caught her creep shot guy, the guy who was creeping her, caught him in the act of trying to kind of shoot an upskirt on a train, and he had wedged the camera between the seat. And then she sees him moving the camera, obviously trying to get an upskirt shot.
First of all, how did he know that she was behind him in that skirt? Did he set himself up?
I'm sure that this guy has done this before. He probably checks it out. He has done this before. He's just not very slick in doing it.
Now, do you know that she's being slut shamed? She said people are saying to her, "What kind of person naps on a train? Why, if you have a skirt on, would you be sleeping with your legs parted?" And her social media is being absolutely attacked as we speak.
Are you kidding me?
No, not even making it up.
That's so insane.
It's up on the iBank. By the way, she is a beautiful woman. Short skirt, though.
Yeah.
Short skirted, which means she wants it.
That's how you know you want it.
Yeah. These anti-social media justice warriors.
Social media.
Yeah.
Now, I like the moment
look at
she
that creep.
confronts him, because anybody who likes creep shots, you're Chris Stanley's of the world, just know that this is the face on the other side of the camera. This is you.
Right,
you're that guy.
Let me say.
Excuse me. What are you doing with your phone? What are you doing with your phone? You keep putting it underneath the chair. What are you doing with it? Why do you keep sliding it on the chair and aiming it at me?
Look at him. He books guests for Opie. It's the same face. Same expression being caught.
But that's it. That's the face on the other side of the camera. Like, that's you. You're that guy.
You're the fucking creep.
Yes.
I'm not producing creep porn.
If you're
no,
consuming
but you're viewing it.
Oh, yeah.
So you are that guy. You're living through him. You know?
Oh,
he is your hardcore Henry.
He's like he's the person who actually does the thing that you want to do. That's what it is.
He's the best part of you.
Oh. That guy?
The creep shot's not supposed to be the best part of you. The father.
I had to watch creep shot videos from the bus station when I was on the court thing, and I'm like, I have no idea why people are turned on by this. It's the exact worst angle I ever want to have.
So this is bathroom, like public restroom creep shots?
Yeah. And there was like, on the one guy's roll, because you have to watch all of it when you're in the jury, and we had to watch like 10 women crouching, and then the last woman spotting his camera and kicking his head. You can see it from that point of view. You fucking pieces! She's just,
holy shit.
But the other 9 women did not know that they were probably...
And probably not identified either. It's not like you would find out.
No. You're right. Only the last person was able to say, because these other girls were just girls that were going to the bathroom and then... Oh, yeah, it wasn't a bus station. It was a train station.
Right.
Because they were going back to Long Island. This was all Long Island girls.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That makes you wonder how many times it's happened to you without you knowing it.
I would
camera in the bathroom.
hope never. If I would
don't know.
actually hope never. But can you imagine that you just find out that there's a video of you fucking dropping heat and you have to deal with that? Aaron Andrews would have nothing on you at that point.
Oh, no. You're going to bank it up.
And you were saying that Nick Denton is cutting promos against...
Yeah, he went on Good Morning America, was like, I have no remorse about posting this Hogan video.
Not even the fact that you're $115 million in debt?
Nope.
That would seem like I would have remorse.
He has zero. I'll do it again. Like, he's all about just, getting his appeal.
Well, if you go over there today, they're saying, did you have sex with Ted Cruz? If so, let us know, and they give a thing.
Oh, my God.
He's not backing off.
No,
I'm going to write into him and say, Ted Cruz or Tom Cruise? Because I got a great story, but I'm not sure which one you want.
And still Cruise related?
Yeah.
And still sexy.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I'm surprised that Denton would say that.
He doesn't care.
Because I've been thinking how many other media outlets are going to be affected by this and say, yeah, we're not going to buy that video, or no, we're not going to post that story.
Yeah.
It's got to change the way you think about things that you would put
it
out
makes
there.
us think we can't let Chris talk.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, you say a lot of things that, if taken out of context,
Yeah, are really bad.
And you're always like, I got a lip slip picture in it. And we're like, what?
Yeah.
I'm going to...
I didn't even know that was a term.
He
until
actually had a
him.
preschool, he said.
No.
What?
No.
Chris, that's sick.
By the way, the
That is
way you
sick.
yell no sounds like yes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not.
That even sounds like yes.
That is a firm denial.
There's like a smile in your voice that makes me think.
This show went fast, particularly for Gail, who didn't have to play the whole thing. And you will be docked.
All right, that's fair. 33 minutes, was it?
God damn it.
Correct, yes.
She literally only got in here a minute faster
Yeah.
than Chris.
Yeah.
That is so funny.
Makes no
And
sense.
the judge's word is final.
I hate that judge.
It's fact. It's
Hate it.
But
quantitative.
I had the feeling that it was about the same time.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I was, I took a car in because I thought, okay,
Yeah.
this has got to be the fastest thing, especially since the traffic isn't so bad this early.
Yeah.
And, I was looking at my phone like, I'm pretty sure this is close to the amount of time that when Chris came running in.
Yeah. It was right there. According to our judge, and his ruling is final, a 60-second difference, which is amazing.
I can't appeal this to see get a recount.
What scares me is it sounds like you two are living together.
Sounds like we're the same distance away.
We're not.
If we were, I could have used a wake-up call.
Yeah. You know what incest is, right? Both of you.
I do.
Just says left. That's all you wrote up a sign that says left. All right, we got to wrap this up and take off, 2 hours?
Yep, and then we'll be back.
We'll be back over on the Raw Dog. Thanks to Opie, and
Thanks so much.
his great show is coming up at 10 o'clock
It's
today.
accelerated.
Yes, Chris, I'm sitting here telling it. Accelerate it, where you get to hear all the funniest stuff all week from Opie's show and all the other shows. I'm hoping Delco Proper makes it in here. So thanks to Opie for welcoming those guys yesterday.
Yeah, that
And,
was awesome. Those guys are great.
yeah, they are fun, and they had the time of their life coming in and meeting up. So that was cool. And we are back at 12 o'clock. Looks like we might have a big star on our show today. A movie star. Swimming pools, movie stars. So that'll be fun. Up on the iBank today, there's a lot of great videos, and stuff. But to me, you got to see Comedians and Batman Mask Volume 2. It's my favorite fucking thing in the world.
So goddamn funny.
And nothing can make me laugh harder. Kurt Metzger is there. Just go to a random number and see who gets it first, me or Gail.
Okay.
Either one. Right, ready? And go. Oh, that's Gilbert.
Damn it.
You didn't know Gilbert?
No, I had it. It was just,
Go to another one real fast.
don't know.
Oh, that's Kevin Hart. One more real fast. Go. You know it?
No, that was one
Ready?
of the ones. Yeah.
Old Dave Letterman from the...
Oh my God! I can't believe it!
All up on the iBang. It's hilarious. All right, that's it for us. We'll see you guys in another 2 hours. See you then. Oh, I want to do the next song. Hey, it's the Bennington Show, thus ending the week of first songs from the debut album.
And could this be the definitive song of the list? I think it could be.
Maybe. I'm telling you, I don't know if anyone's ever had a better debut album than the Pretenders. Yeah, I put it out there. The Mighty Pretenders. You know why I call them that?
No.
Jack Nicholson from Live Aid. Yeah, the Mighty Pretenders. All right.
Why did he call him that?
I don't know. Because he's fucking Jack. I got a little excitement for you. I got a little present for you. You will be talking with Ethan Hawke a little later on today.
Oh, my God.
We saw the movie Born to Be Blue earlier this week. We've been listening to Chet Baker. The reason, Gail, you were right. Ethan Hawke is coming here today.
I love him.
Yes.
I'm excited.
When Gail was little, that was one of her...
One of my biggest crushes, one of my first big crushes was Ethan Hawke.
And
I was
I wanna-
obsessed with him.
No, I want to point out, not because of any of the Sweet Boy movies that he did when he was a youngster, but when he was in The Bad Boy in Reality Bites.
He was Troy Dyer, my dream guy.
Which, if I remember correctly, you wanted him to end up with Janine Garofalo.
Yeah, that's so me. That's me. I was like, I think they should be together. There's something about her. Who cares about Winona when you can have Janine?
The Bunny McFarlane book, she's just obsessed with Janine, and Janine has no time for her.
That's so sad.
Yes.
I would only because I would feel the exact same way.
Sure.
I saw her once on the street and I passed her and I was like, Janine, my girl. She's like, hey.
Don't need you.
Not as warm as Casey Affleck. with my street shout out to him, where I just passed him. I was like, I don't know why it came out this way.
Yeah.
And I just said, "What up, Casey?" And then he passed me and goes, "What up, girl?"
I wish he was Batman.
Oh, God.
So much better.
If only.
I wish he was Batman who jerked off into his own baseball mitt.
It's hard to see him anything other than that character.
Except for when he was the coward Robert Ford. You know what I mean? He was fucking amazing in that.
Yeah, so creepy. And
Gone Girl, he's amazing in.
Yeah.
He's great.
I love him. I
Yeah.
love Casey.
All right. Well, I'm sorry you're going to have to put up with Ethan Hawke
No.
instead.
Sorry, Gail.
You know, Chris and I were talking, the number of great movies that Ethan Hawke has is stunning. Boyhood, to me, stunning. And I know everybody went Patricia, and she was great. I would have given an Oscar to Ethan Hawke. I'm not saying I would have taken away hers, but Ethan Hawke was the movie to me.
Yeah, he was excellent in that movie.
And totally, I'm like, okay, I get it. Dick Dad. You know what I mean? When it started, it's so, just like Martha last night. Like, I'm like, I get it. She's the girl that can't be touched. The non-sexual. I was wrong. She's kind of slutty. Last night, fun night at the Stand with our buddy Big J Okerson. Just hopping on stage with him.
That was
Great
so
time.
fantastic.
It was really a lot of fun. We all had a good time. I know Joey Jojo. I had to say, Joey, time for you to go home. Got a big early day tomorrow. I said to Chris, I go, it's a school night. Make sure you get home.
Yeah.
Got to tell Gail to get home. She was tardy.
I was
Unbelievable.
tardy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I know. It's hard when I don't have anyone looking out for me. That's the difficult thing about being Wendy Lady. No one's Wendy Lady in me.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? It's a matter that, now you start to sound like Grandmama, who everyone forgot me. No one picked me up. You don't want to be that lady either. You got to just take life as it happens. And you're surrounded by dudes that don't care about you, particularly Chris Stanley.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Particularly when I was your biggest offender. And I was scared for your life.
When I came in late, you did nothing but bust my balls. Whatever, last time in the morning show.
I was
you were
nervous.
really late, though.
How many texts, how many missed calls did you get when you woke up?
I had 11 missed calls and about 25 to 30 text messages.
Can I just point this out? I did morning radio for years, and never did the host or producers not show up on time. Not once. We never had a thing with one of our producers slept in late. Never.
Maybe it's because it was a full-time gig, though. Because that's like you've adjusted your clock.
So you guys would rather find these excuses?
No,
I'm not like Gail, Ron. I'm not throwing out any excuses.
Oh, there he goes with the good boy points.
You know what? You're not like Gail because there's nothing positive to ever say about you. Now that you're pointing that out, you're not like Gail. You're not like Joe.
Oh.
You're not even like the social justice warrior Vito.
That's J-Dub?
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
J-Dubs.
I have to thank Sarah Beach for all these irregular clothings that she sent me.
What a beautiful transition. God, he's an artist, huh? He's an artist with that.
Well, it's irregular clothing for an irregular guy. It makes sense.
Irregular bowels, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely.
It's all or nothing with that motherfucker. All or nothing. A lot of fun doing Opie's show today. We always have a blast being in there in the morning, but we had extra fun. It kept going on through the day that the comedians with Batman masked. Joey, without giving out what the number is, who is your favorite?
13.
All right, 13. Let's all see if we can guess. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a great one.
So's 14.
Wait, who's 14?
Really?
You don't have 14? That one I got.
I got immediately.
I have no idea what number 14 is.
14 is one of your favorite people in the world.
What?
Yes.
This goddamn cow is really screwing my head. And eyes.
There's so many on there that I couldn't believe that I could not get.
I'll tell you my favorite.
That one right there, number 8.
Number 8.
I don't know why. It took me forever to figure out number 8.
It's a strange one because some people, the tops of their heads are so, like, look at number 10. I thought was Galifianakis until you pointed it out.
Yes, I had to tell you who it was.
Was that before or after you got in on time?
That was after.
Oh, it was after, huh?
Now,
Chris,
luckily,
what time were you here this morning?
I was here at 5:25 this morning, 5:25 a.m.
What time did Gail come in?
Oh, like 7:34 or something.
It was
to that
literally
effect.
down to that. You know what? This is the thing, Gail. He is a consistent guy. He's a guy that we can count on. He's Chris Stanley. Chris?
Thank you, Ron.
I'm about to give out the Good Boy Award right now. The Good Boy Award.
Oh, no, you don't.
What? Wait, hold on.
Good boy
Someone
points.
stop the good boy.
I have some information.
What's that?
For you.
Yeah.
While this son of a bitch is judging me.
What?
Yeah.
Chris, do you know what she's got on you?
I have no idea.
I have something
Is this a Ted Cruz moment?
Oh my
really
God.
big on you, Chris.
All right, what? What could you possibly have?
Yeah, I was late. And less late, by the way, than you were when you were late. But whatever.
A minute.
How about this?
What?
Chris Stanley, for the first time ever, missed smoking with Chris.
Oh, yes! Fuck! Oh!
You have never missed it!
Did you know it the whole time and kept it quiet, or did you?
I was waiting for it. I was
that's
watching the
terrible,
time
dude.
tick by.
Awful.
Really? You didn't text me. You didn't call when I had called. When did I start calling you when you were... It wasn't like
tell
5
you.
minutes before the show started?
I don't know. I lost that phone. So I couldn't even show you the phone. All right, look. All right, that was an oversight on smoking with Chris.
This is what happens when you put the judgments out there.
Wow,
Everyone's going to look at you. You're a hypocrite.
You know what's funny is earlier this week I was bitching to Chris for not scoping more. Like, for instance, you could have scoped last night on the street.
That's true.
Before, I guess they were scoping in the club. But that was your time, and you forget.
Ugh.
And I was like a little pissed at him. I go, you are fucking forget everything, but you're anal about smoking with Chris. And then because of that, if he gets any kind of positive feedback, he immediately shits it right back out on the street.
Yes.
Did you forget it completely?
I didn't remember. This is really bad. I'm going to make up for this.
And you know, smoking with Chris started because we were doing a double that
This
day.
was
Yeah,
the-
that was a double day.
That's how the time was created.
And I remember how, too, right? I wanted to sit in here and watch on the computer while someone Periscope because I knew nothing about it. And now I'm going to have to send you out to, and I'm going to forget the name of it again. Is it Chatfucker?
Chatterbait.
Chatterbait that Norton
Yeah.
was telling me about.
Yeah.
Where you get to masturbate with people all around the world.
That seems pleasant.
That's your new scene.
No, I don't want to masturbate.
Dude, I didn't recognize Batman #9 until just now. And that looks fabulous.
I still think
It's
it's
a good
Billy
look.
Connolly, but that's wrong, right?
Oh, you don't know?
No, I thought it was Billy Connolly. I mean, that's a good guess. I mean, even
No,
if
it
it's
isn't.
Oh.
No, it doesn't look anything like Billy Connolly. And also, one of your favorite people in the world
How is this happening?
comes by here. All the people that you miss,
Yeah.
you love and have met and have done the show.
I feel like a silly bastard.
It's send this out to your friends. Oh, you don't. Yeah, send them to your friends at Morning Mashup. Your new
That's
friends.
Ryan Sampson.
Send them to the kickball team. Hey, did you join or not join yesterday?
I didn't join yesterday.
Oh, so you're not going to do it.
Or are they leaving a spot? You know they're going to leave a spot open. It'll
I
cost the extra 10.
I know it's gonna be $95. Maybe
By
I'll
the way,
start an Indiegogo.
who's setting the extra $10? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's going to be 9 of you. Why would you charge after a certain date?
I looked into it, and it's for fucking rental fees of the actual like kickball field. That's what they're actually charging for.
Okay, that makes a little sense.
I figure we just roll up on a kickball field.
Yeah, it seems like you could go into Central Park and have your own. Where do they play?
Apparently, it parks all over the city, so I don't even think there's a set kickball field. There's not a lot of details on this thing.
No. Would you feel? I don't want to ever use the word gay because it's 2016.
Good.
and I don't know what word I'm supposed to use. I'll just say, would you feel childish that you're still playing kickball? Because I didn't play kickball after, I'm going to guess the 4th grade, but it might have been 6th grade as the total out.
It's 20 plus years since I played kickball.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about, I would feel fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I see nothing different from you saying I'm in a kickball league than if you said I'm in a hide and seek league. And they do those, by the way. Hipsters play those games.
Portlandia taught us that.
Thank you, Chris. You're fact boy.
Fun fact.
Fact boy's here. He knows every fact except for what time his show starts. You know who Good Boy is today?
Who's that?
Because everyone in 11 is in the shit house with me, but 44 has reigned like fucking supreme. Joey Jojo, it's your day.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You get the good boy points?
I cannot believe
But
it.
I got that good boy magic.
You know why,
You
though?
don't.
He did almost nothing today. And that was enough to win. It's like with Jeopardy, when you just bet nothing and you end up winning the game.
They'll fuck this up.
Because everybody else fucking blows.
Get that Advil money.
I feel embarrassed.
Sean.
Hey, in lieu of Chris's fuck up today, I'd like to nominate Gail for the Beanie Cup.
Well, Gail was too late to get it, but I'm going to make an announcement right now.
Okay.
I'm going to rip off the Beanie Cup and start giving out the Benny Cup. And that will be today. The first winner goes to 44 himself, Joey Jojo.
Great.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Congrats,
Couldn't have
Joe.
done it without both Cashmere and Jam Band.
You know what? You're right. I'm giving it to Cashmere instead. Cashmere, you get the Benny Cup today.
And I'm not going to put it outside Madonna's house.
Well, here's the deal. The only thing when I brought up lip sync toy and a tour with him today, and he goes, the bottom lips. We're talking about Madonna, which was just so appalling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was so disgusting.
Bottom lip sync?
Crass.
Who would say bottom lip sync? Horrible. Crass is the right word.
Yeah.
Chris.
Thank you.
That's not what I expect out of my Betty Boy winner.
No, I mean, you should probably take away the Benny Boy winner.
No.
Oh.
No, yeah.
I forgot why you're out complete. Oh, you missed smoking.
I missed smoking with Chris.
Smoking with Chris and being late to the show are unforgivable.
Really bad. I feel like shit.
Bad. That's the kind of stuff that you're suspended from the league for.
Oh,
Kickball
God.
league.
The KB Brewmasters.
And why would someone write something as dumb to me as where do I find these Batman masks?
Huh?
Oh, I've said it a million times. It's comedian with Batman masks. It's up on the iBang. This is the perfect game for you to play and then play with your friends. It's my favorite thing that we ever do.
All right, now looking at the list and just say the number, don't say the person. Who is the person that you think could look like an actual Batman? Like, which one is the most...
6, I think, has a little bit of a Batman jaw. 7's not even so bad.
I think 7's like the older Batman who just beats the shit out
But
of
the
people.
jawline of 7 is almost perfect.
Yeah, it is pretty perfect. Go to the left a little bit, Chris, because I want to go back. Did anybody not rescue? Keep going. One more. Stop there. What is 4? Does anyone not recognize 4?
I know who 4 is.
How about you, Gail?
I thought I did.
I mean, I think I know who he is.
Write down.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, he doesn't even have a pen. No wonder he doesn't win the Benny Cup today. No pens. You're not getting any points. No, nothing. Matter of fact, you're not going to be, neither one of you are going to be in studio for Ethan Hawke. Yes, you are correct. Do you have it, Gail? Yeah, you're both correct. Too bad you could have been Benny Cup winners today.
God damn it.
You would have played it a little smarter, a little close to the edge.
God, I want that Benny
I'm
Cup.
smart! Not dumb like they say, but smart!
I think 12 might be one of my favorite Batmans.
Let me see 12. Oh, yeah. I got that one immediately, too. Go down a couple, because I don't know if I've seen all the bottom ones.
I have no idea who 20 is.
I was late to recognize 15 is great.
Mm-hmm.
That's Chris's favorite.
Yeah, that's
Kiss
definitely
the screen, Chris.
Just give it a kissy.
No, I'm not going to kiss it.
Great. Our friend Leslie wrote up a Gary Shandling piece where she kind of analyzes both of his great TV shows. Losing him yesterday was just stunning to me. Great talent. Really brilliant. I brought this up in the morning show. I'm going to say it one more time. Check out the Ricky Gervais interview with him for its awkward brilliance. You get a chance to see the extras for the box sets, awkward brilliance, that he would invite people in and have him part of it. I'll tell you what to do real quick. See if you can find the Jeffrey Gurian, Gary Shandling. I think, did we tweet it out this morning?
I'll look into it.
If not, the name of his thing is Comedy Matters. Just put Comedy Matters, Jeffrey Gurian. See if you can find it either way. But you can see within minutes of two awkward people being awkward together.
I would imagine that's a very uncomfortable conversation.
Well, every conversation with either one of these guys is. But together, phenomenal. Just bring up some sound. Look how long it takes for him to get started, Jeffrey, with just showing off pictures of Montreal.
I'm here with Gary Shandling, who just won the Lifetime Achievement Award for the Just for Laughs Festival. Congratulations on an amazing.
Congratulations to you on this great interview so far. I think it's fantastic.
It's hysterical, isn't it? Isn't it?
I think it's sort of. It's as funny as I was on stage tonight. I'll say that. I was surprised because I thought I was going on after Louis C.K. It's a good thing I have a lot of experience in life going on after another guy. And comedy or not.
Can I ask you, how did you first meet Alan Zweibel? Because I know he and you created the Gary Shandling Show.
Oh, I met Alan.
Great opening thing.
Right, I was doing a special for Showtime, and I put it together, and I thought something was missing, and I asked around for who could help me out, and somebody recommended Alan, and we hit it off right away. And then the series came a couple years later. We wrote that series at in the Parker Meridian in New York. In a hotel room in about 2 weeks.
I'm always interested to know how people got their start. Like, what was their lucky break? Can you think of something that happened in your early career that you didn't expect to happen?
When I was 19, I gave some material. I handed material to George Carlin, who at the time was working clubs everywhere, and I went into Phoenix, and I said, Mr. Carlin, would you read this material and tell me what you think? And he read it all, and he sat down with me, and he said, oh, this is really funny, and if you're thinking of pursuing this, you should. So that's basically how I got started.
That's great. I had a similar experience with Woody Allen, and that's how I got started, and Alan Zweibel gave me my first break. So I wanted to say hello to you and congratulate you, and thank you so much for being on with me.
Sure,
I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
Good job.
Let me introduce you and tell you my backstory.
Yeah, did you want to ask me any questions?
No, I just wanted to tell. First of all, he bum rushed Woody Allen. He never, you know what I mean? He snuck in the middle of a play in intermission and went backstage and started talking to him. If you ever hear any of his crazy Younger Days stories.
Oh my God, I did not know that it happened.
Hey, there's a clip of the Gervais too up in the article that Leslie wrote on the iBang. It's fantastic. Now, here's a weird thing, and I'm not even making this up. Gary Shandling was one of the comedians in Batman Masked and took it out because, it would have seemed too weird. But I can't think the fact that he's not here.
It's very strange. It was a very shocking one. It's just like not what I was expecting at all when we got the news about it. And it's always weird. I was saying before about when you're looking back at someone who is gone too soon, like especially with social media, as weird as it is, it's still like this into their thought process at that time, and to just like scroll through and look at some of the last jokes that he put out into the world.
That scares me. I don't know why.
It's very weird.
That seems weird because you just think, oh, he's just thinking about fun day-to-day stuff.
Yeah, making a Kanye joke or something. It's
The
just
agenda there. I don't know why they didn't reset up for us today. I guess it's a funny joke. Well, this is why the Benny Cup went to Kashmir.
Damn it.
Yeah. By the way, go to number 20, Comedians in Batman Masks. I want to see if everybody can get it.
I don't know. I don't know.
I did know that one. I did know that one.
thrown off. I'm trying to think who.
Also, a favorite of both of yours and a frequent guest to this show. And when we do, we love. Now, 25, 21, try to guess who that is, Bobo.
Can't place it.
Back off me, little boy.
Coming up, Gail's going to miss it, but the one...
No.
Good.
You're out, Gail.
That's my punishment?
Yes. Your punishment for sleeping late is that you don't meet someone that you crushed on. You know what is good about that crush? That it's not embarrassing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, he ended up doing great work. You liked him for just superficial reasons.
I did.
When you were a kid. But now he's like a great artist.
Which is so phenomenal, because I would imagine that would be pretty rare that happens. But he grew into, well, even if you see all of his early stuff, he's a great actor. I mean, he's always...
What early stuff you think? When did you first think that he should?
I guess his first was Dead Poets. Was that his first movie,
He
Dead
was
Poets?
brilliant in that,
Yeah,
man.
and he's just a kid, and he was so great in it.
He was heartbreaking. Just the way that he wanted to be open to art or whatever. Yeah, he was great. I was being a little harsh on young actors because, you know, there's something weird about being a young actor, I think.
Yeah, it is. I think it's got to be a very weird thing.
It's always fun to me, like, there's young actors, but there's no real such thing as a young broadcaster. You know what I mean? There'll be no one like, I think, you know who had the best line that I think she said that acting is easy or something because children can do it? Fran Lebowitz. And then she's like, you never hear of a 9-year-old who will write a great novel.
That's so funny. Actors and dogs, like children and dogs both.
Oh, I would have stayed with actors and dogs. Hey Jay, our buddy Jay in California. Man, I don't even have my mouse. Just sit, Chris. I hate last second jumps. Although at least you move. You know what? Maybe I should give you the bet. No, you don't. You missed smoking with Chris.
I'm going to make it up, man.
How?
Don't worry. I'm going to Periscope later. Don't worry.
No.
You
that
can't do
doesn't
it out
work.
of time.
Maybe 420 with Chris, sure.
I can't.
But you
Jay,
lost it.
California. How you doing, buddy?
Yo, big ups to the iBang for periscoping the show last night. You and Big J were hysterical.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and Big J's always hysterical. He's really, really a funny man. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I got to be honest, though. I breezed through the comedians and the math. The only one I had trouble with is 15.
15 is Chris's favorite.
Yep.
Now, did you click back and look at the first one? Because there was women in that one, too, which is even funnier.
No, I didn't see the first one.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, 15 is a tough one. I'll just say this. I'm going to give a clue. Simpsons voice. Simpsons voice. From perhaps the greatest Simpsons episode
Known
of
to
all
man.
time.
There's so many. I still love 17. That's such a good one.
Yeah, 17 is a great one.
And I want to see that movie.
18 is a hilarious one, too.
Well, 18's funny because his expression almost looks like it's part of the mask. Like you can.
Yeah. You know what he looks like? He has mouths where his eyes are, too, like two tiny mouths there. Because it's the same as his mouth. His eye.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
His eye smile is a tight smile. Anyway, Gary Shandling passing away. Truly a genius, and in my opinion, one of the great awkward interviews of all time.
Actually, it's kind of funny because, we had all the comedians that were talking about Gary. They put it up on the iBang.
Tweeted out.
Yeah. Everybody who had put out their, like their well wishes, but like sharing stories and stuff. And it was funny because I saw that, Tom Sharpling's got put up there.
What was Sharpling's? Did he write something beautiful?
He wrote something nice. I think about the greatest show of all time. I think he was talking
I would
about.
agree, man. That's how I feel about that show. I just love it.
But I actually remember that he had told a story once that there was a situation where he loved Larry Sanders. Like, he loved that show so much. And
I'm actually just sitting here in my head trying to think if I could think of a bad Larry Sanders episode, and one doesn't jump out for me.
No, they're all phenomenal.
Yeah.
But he had reached out to Gary on Twitter and wanted to talk about the show. So he had tweeted him this message where he asked him a question about
Humble Pie.
Not about Humble Pie. He asked him if he thought that Artie was actually a fan of Larry's. Like, did he think that Artie really liked his humor or his show, or if it was just part of the job? Like, he would have been that way to anyone.
Right.
And he asked because he was legitimately curious about the answer, but for whatever reason, Gary Shandling took it as really insulting.
That doesn't even make sense that he would.
I know. I don't know why. And
because it's actually a great question. I have my own opinion. I don't know whether anyone else would care about that. But
do you think that he would just be a good?
I don't want to take us off topic.
Okay. But so Gary started to respond via Twitter, and he was like really annoyed and upset. I can't remember exactly what his response was.
I would do anything to see those.
I know. Like, the responses were something along the lines of, like, what is that supposed to even mean? Like, who is this guy anyway? But then while that was happening, I believe it was Horatio Sands, who Sharpling knows, he's friends with, saw that this exchange was happening, and he jumps in and starts being like, yeah, Gary, what's the deal with this nobody? Why would he ask such a stupid question? It's just a mess with Tom. It's so funny.
Well, first of all, if you care about that show and you love that show, the biggest nightmare would be the guy from that show to start fucking giving you a face job and hating you.
And there's nothing worse than having an experience where you really love somebody, you love an artist, you love a comedian, whatever it is, and then you meet them in person or you have some sort of experience with them and they're terrible to you or they just come off really rude. And it's hard for that not to spoil the way you think of that person. I had it happen to me once, and I don't want to say who, because I would like to think that I could have an exchange with that person again, and it would be different, and maybe they would be on the show.
Yeah.
All right. What does it say, Chris?
All right. This is from Gary Shandling.
How long ago was this, by the way?
This
had to be years ago.
August 21st, 2012 at 6 p.m.
I think. All right, go ahead and bring it up.
At Sharpling. This is about you, too. Why are you bothering me? I'm not you. Maybe you want another account so you can give your opinions to yourself.
What the fuck would he say that for?
Why would he say that? All right, so I'm going to show you. This is somebody that I loved, was, idolized for a very long time, and met them in person, and they were so cold and cruel, and I was heartbroken about it.
Can I just tell you something? Because I've met that person. I think that you are being judgmental of someone who might be on the spectrum.
You think so?
Yes, I do.
That's possible.
I believe it to be 100%.
But the social interactions, with the people around him who were just so excited to meet him, was very cold and
it's not pleasant to him.
Yes,
it's not pleasant to him. But here, let me point that out. Everything that you like about him is also the strangeness of why you couldn't connect. You just want to connect for a second when you meet somebody,
of course,
particularly that you like. But I can think of people that I've liked, and they didn't turn out to be the person that I thought they were going to be. And rather than just saying they're a dick, most of the time they're not as cool as you somehow thought they would be.
Yeah.
You thought because they could create this type of thing that they were going to be a different way, and they weren't.
And I guess sometimes that happens with people who portray characters, if in the case of an actor, or even a comedian, maybe who their stage presence is more of a character, you can feel very connected to that and realize that that's not the truth about them or their personality in any way. But that being said, I still hold that person, I still adore that person's work.
Right.
And I would never say it, especially because I kind of believe maybe I could have a different experience in a different circumstance. But I could be wrong. Maybe that's just
Is
him.
there anyone that you like so much that you wouldn't probably even want to meet?
Man.
Because I have one that could probably only fuck it up for me.
Who's that?
Albert Brooks. I've always, since I was a kid, put him up on such a, I don't think that he could meet the expectations that I have for him. I could say the same about Woody Allen,
I have one for me that I would be nervous to meet them to ruin the expectations. Bill Murray. Like, that's somebody that I've loved since I was a kid. And that's just a human being. It's a human being. He's known for being,
You actually had a dream that he didn't like you.
I actually had a nightmare that I was at a party and I approached him and he was mean to me. And I woke up like in a movie, waking up from a nightmare, like woke up like, like that level of terrified that Bill Murray was mean to me.
Did he throw your phone off a roof? Hicks, you've met somebody you liked. Was it nice to you?
Yeah, I was a big Conan O'Brien fan, and I loved Andy Richter when he was the sidekick. And then he had left the show, and then I was sad because I liked Andy. And one day I'm walking down the street, and Andy Richter's outside a restaurant on the west side. And I'm like, "Hey, Andy Richter!" He looks at me in disgust. He just looks at me and scowls at me. Before I even get anything else out, I read his face. I'm like, wow, he really doesn't just treat me like a piece of shit. And I'm like, all right, I've got to get the fuck out of here.
It's not a very New York thing to do.
I was caught up, though. I was like, hey, Andy, I was a big fan.
When you get caught up, keep it inside. I don't know why people feel that need to scream stuff out. Like when we had the kid in who said he screamed Lou Reed at Lou Reed. I would have known. I've seen Lou Reed like 7-8 times. Never once thought I'm going to yell his name out or one of his albums. Because I know enough that he's not going to be pleasant. But I don't think I would have a problem if Lou Reed was treating me like a dick.
Yeah, you would just expect
I
it.
expect that, yeah.
There are certain personalities, especially certain actors, where they have the type of personality you know that they're not going to be good socially. Like someone like Sean Penn, you could say you love their work, but you probably, it would not be an enjoyable conversation if you bumped into them or met them at a party or something. It could probably be a weird interaction, but you know that it's got to be his personality. You know, he's that type of artist.
Mm. Here is Marion, Tampa.
Hi.
Yeah. What's up?
Hi. I'm sorry. I missed the beginning of your show, so I
You don't have to. You don't have to worry.
Tweet.
Just jump in.
We met Dirk Benedict. I don't know if you remember.
Dirk Benedict.
Yeah.
Do you remember
80s actor, sure.
Oh my God. He had written a couple books. I mean, my husband was a big fan of the original Battlestar, and he just loved him. But he never expected him to be like Starbuck. We had read a couple of his books, and he had portrayed his character as this hippie, back to the land, natural, nice sort of guy, and liberal thinking. And in person, he was like a Republican, right-wing, gun-toting, unbelievably angry man. And he argued with me. We were at a convention, and we stood in line to get an autograph from him, or just to speak to him. And he started an argument because my husband is British. He mentioned the terrible health service. I mentioned that it was better in the UK with the National Health Service, and he went off on one. He really did. So much so, about talking about how terrible the liberals are and how they're going to ruin the country and Obama, and even to the extent where he got so mad that after us, he said to everyone else in line, "No more pictures. No more pictures."
You blew it for everyone. They have this couple, this mixed race couple, has ruined it for everyone.
I'm telling you, my husband calls me now the convention killer. Because if we ever go to a convention, he says, "Don't speak to the stars, please. Let me do the talking."
I remember back in the 80s, this is that this Dirk Benedict had been, maybe it was the 80s, because he had done a show before this. But anyway, he had talked that he had had cancer.
That's it.
And that he had eaten oatmeal only and had beaten the cancer. And I remember reading this, right? And I'm a kid, and I'm like, this is a phenomenal story. He, ate nothing but oatmeal, and then, he just, there was no cancer. And then the following week, because, it wasn't the internet where you could be immediate, I'd pick up the same magazine, and the letters to the editor were just fucking ripping it. This is not only better than he said it, but the same of Time Inc. You know what I mean? How dare you put that out?
But it was, his books were good. It was all about him beating the cancer and how he did it naturally. And he was just not that person. I think he had a ghostwriter because he was not that person.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
All right, let's, I'm looking at all the comics who said stuff about channeling. This is what Patton Oswalt said. Completely unacceptable. Bring Gary Shandling back now. This is bullshit. Can I tell you what I worry about?
What's that?
Who is going to tweet for Patton Oswalt? Because he is that guy that always has that solid tweet when someone passes away.
That's true. He loves to do that. He's right there with the memorial, the tweet memorial.
Well, there's a lot of people that are expected to deliver that line. But there's very few that make the general pass around, and he does. So we might have to start thinking about his now, because it's going to take a collective planet to
definitely
write something as heartfelt yet as amusing as Patton pulls off. Joey, you might be in charge of that, or at least putting together a song about it.
Okay.
You were almost the Benny Cup winner today.
I know.
Until I noticed you bringing up people. I'm like, he is right. He couldn't have done it without them.
I fucked up. And thing was, Kashmir told me not to do that.
Did he really?
Yeah.
That's why Tulips is a goddamn winner.
I'm glad Kashmir got it over Joe, to be totally honest. If anyone's going to get it, that's not me.
Well, a lot of Shandling stuff up on the iBank today. And I will tell you this, and I feel like I shut down with Brussels. So my deflector shields are already up. And the Shandling thing is going to hit me even later. Because I won't let myself feel, because of Brussels this week, I'm like, no, I can't be a functioning person if I let all this weird pain and fear in. And now poor Shandling just bounced off of that.
I did the same thing with Brussels this time around, where I feel like sometimes those kind of stories, whatever is going on in your life at the moment that you find out about it, sometimes you let it in. And sometimes you completely have to block it out. And this time I did the same thing where I was like, I don't know if I can read this article or look at these pictures right now.
You know who might help you let it in?
Who's that?
John Travolta and his hit song from the 70s, Let Her In.
I think he could, actually.
I don't know why he just didn't have a career as a gigantic rock singer when you hear how great Let Her In is. Go ahead, Chris, play a couple of minutes. Yeah, get past Dick Rock. All these things just have Dick just bringing it up constantly. Go ahead.
Let her in my life.
I stop for a second. Isn't it weird that his face has never changed?
No, it's the same face.
Yeah.
But I love that his voice is as gentle and soft as his turtleneck. Just like perfect.
Gonna let her in. Let her in my life. Hi, everybody. I'm TV's John Travolta. That was pre-Saturday Night Fever. Gonna let her in my life. Someone else check before we start shipping these things out. Gone. And then he just gets up and grabs his belt loop. Go ahead, hit it again. Stop it. There's a lot, because of his success as a periscoper, a lot of people want us to put out a Chris Stanley single. And what concerns me is that this is what we're going to be getting.
Yes.
Gonna periscope and smoke my cigarette.
Let the periscope in.
None of my old friends will speak to me now.
Wonder why.
Thinking about kickball and hanging with top 40 pals. Gonna let her in my life. Let her in my
Chris, why don't you rock a turtleneck chain look?
Dude, it looks good having the chain on the outside.
On the outside, it's a good look.
Brings it together.
And just paint it, that fucking sweater on.
Yeah.
God, yeah.
Just paint it on.
There's a sophistication there.
Oh, yeah.
This is a man with high quality taste.
There was a time that they just took the sitcom stars and had them put out a light single. I don't know why they would do stuff like that.
They're already a celebrity, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it sells that like they were putting it out the same way they were selling posters
Right,
for
so
little girls.
Yeah, so they're like, little girls love this guy. They're obviously going to beg their parents for the record just so they can look at the cover.
Yeah, you're right. They could look at the cover, and you want to write it on a thing that a 8-year-old girl would find romantic and not scary.
Right.
You know what I mean? So let her in. Let her in. God. I wonder if he just, no, he probably thinks it's great. You know, that's Travolta's an up guy.
Yeah.
You know,
He probably doesn't look back on that as a regret.
Yeah, he's got that Scientology funk that just helps you get through anything.
Yeah, and then those walls that they put up around you, so you don't have to worry what anybody else really
have that.
thinks.
Love to be a Scientologist. I'd be the fucking happiest Scientologist ever.
Hey, everything you do is great, and you've never made any bad decisions with your career.
That's true. That is very true. And
You're actually on top of the polls of #1 actor right now. Yeah.
I didn't see that. Great. I'm gonna let me in. Get my thetans out. How I hate the girl from King of Queens. She's a hater now. Never liked her then. Just like L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard time. It's like when a little kid tries to hold a note. That's good. That's good, Johnny.
You're a good singer.
You're a good singer, Johnny, and straight. How did... first of all, this is that thing of... Why didn't everybody just go... You know the gay kid from Welcome Back, Kotter?
Yeah. I don't know why he didn't... Why did he not register as gay then?
Look, I know... people down in Clearwater were near the sign. There's a spa there. There's a very famous spa, and I knew some of the people who worked there. And they said when he was in Clearwater, he would come in and book every day that he was there a 2-hour massage, which is a long time, and specifically said no chicks are to massage me. They're not strong enough.
Oh boy,
makes sense.
Gonna let 'em in my pants. Let 'em in my pants. They can go in front and back. Give me a reach around and a rimsky too. I'm gonna let 'em in my pants. That means my asshole too. Ooh, ooh. That's good, Johnny. You're a good fucking singer, dude. That's good, Johnny. Oh, man. We gotta fucking straighten up because Ethan Hawke's gonna be here in a few minutes.
I can't wait.
Well, first of all, He's got this movie, and
Born to be Blue.
Yeah, Born to be Blue. You're probably only going to be able to see it on demand March 31st because I doubt you live very close to select theaters. It's like, when they do that, you got to live really close to a big city. But if you get the chance, see a movie in a movie theater. But it's Chet Baker, and it's this little film, a true independent film, just about this jazz guy at this one point of his life. And I don't know what, there's a certain point that you just break, like you just accept it. You just let it roll over you. I've gotten obsessed with Chet Baker since I saw this movie.
Yeah, me too. I've been listening to so much Chet Baker since we watched it. But yeah, it's such a great film because it's in this very specific moment of his life, which I always think is a great thing rather than take on the giant from birth till death and everything that happens.
You can't fucking do it, man. It's impossible.
And you're setting yourself up for failure because there's just too much that you're going to skip over and too much you're going to fabricate.
You know what happens? There's always in these movies where like they're showing him as a child, and it's just like, Johnny Cash, you better walk the line, boy, or you're going to end up in a ring on fire. You listen to me and never forget it. Maybe let it come back into your time, into your head, when you're at a time when you're looking for a new sound. You understand me?
Did you say walk the line?
Yeah. And that's what they do. They'll make the Kurt Cobain movie, and they're like, it smells like something around here. Teen Spirit, I guess. Wait, what did you say? Because I'm looking at a new lyric. Smells like Teen Spirit just might set me on my quest. Just fucking can't stand it.
Or like in The Doors where...
it was constant in The Doors.
It happened so much in The Doors, but I also think there is a 10-second scene where I think they wrote the riff for Light My Fire.
Hey, glad you guys are back, man. I think I got that opening you were looking for.
It's only 10 seconds. Huh?
Hey, that's great. Really fits in. And then I always like it if you'll see in a movie and they'll be like, you know that I might be a Jew. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Shoo,
do I might be untrue. Okay,
And then you're like, so that's how it happened. Just like that. But yeah, this movie is really fantastic. And there's one scene in particular that stands out in my mind where you watch Chet perform a song from start to finish. And it's just a really great thing where normally you would maybe give a quick clip of him singing this one particular song, but they really take their time with it and watch the way it affects the other characters in the room. And it's
Ethan Hawke's a brilliant actor.
Yeah.
And you're watching this movie and you start to forget about Ethan Hawke and you think about Chet Baker. But just like, this is what I love about it. It's like the way the musician moves, right, throughout the film is what the music starts to sound like.
Yeah.
And the way he uses his voice is what his horn starts to sound like. And that gives you that thing of, oh, okay, that's what you're getting from art, Just this one perspective. This one, that this guy had found this one spot in the world that was his. Yeah. And he was the best at it.
And also I think that Ethan Hawke really got his physicality and his voice, all those things. And if you're not so familiar with it, there's live performances of him, of Chet, that you can watch. And you can really see how much he got into his character, just his stance even, the way he moved.
And he changes his voice a little bit to sound like Chet's voice because Chet was a little... Oh, guys, it's so fucking good. But the weirdest thing is it just introduces you back into this, American music, this California swing sound. It was just so great. All right, so we'll break here. Gail, you're out of the room.
No,
because you're being punished.
Please
don't
make me leave.
Because I know that you loved Ethan Hawke and love Ethan Hawke, but you will not meet him.
Please, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know what you can
Look
do?
into your heart.
Yeah. You know what you can do for us?
What?
Cinnabon run. You can
No,
just go out and get a cinnamon
I'm not
roll.
going on a Cinnabon run, please.
All right, we'll break here. Back with Ethan Hawke. That's from Born to Be Blue. It opens today, March 25th in select theaters and available on demand Thursday, March 31st. Ethan Hawke is in here with us. Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you.
Congratulations for this kind of a piece that is like a little bit of a love letter to jazz and, of course, Chet Baker, where I think you capture something in this film that just hits me on a subconscious level, you know?
Well, thank you. I mean, that's always the goal, you know. The subconscious level is where I was. I'm trying not to use the word dream. Where I dream of going to I heard Mike Nichols once give an interview where it was late in his life and he was talking about all his experiences, and he said, you know, the only work I'm ever really proud of that I see is work when I know it wasn't my idea and it wasn't somebody else's idea. It was our idea.
Yeah.
That when there's some kind of collective imagination that happens, where I came to the set, he spoke about like the end of The Graduate or something, you know, they were supposed to do something else and that idea didn't work. And this ending came out of, he's like, well, was it Dustin's idea? Was it my idea? Was it the production designer's idea? Was it the DP? We just, you know, it's when you all start harnessing some kind of creativity where your subconscious can work.
Yeah.
Where something where you didn't think, oh, I've got an idea. This'll be good.
Yeah.
I always think that when things happen by accident, they're far more interesting. It's just cultivating the right kind of accidents.
Yeah. And, you know, we've been listening to Chet Baker nonstop since
good.
that happened, which is an amazing, whole new way.
Well, that's a gift because there's so much great music there.
Yeah. You know what I love too is that you capture this thing that is such a mystery to me, because I also at the same time I've been off listening to Miles playing some of the same songs, but what Baker has, whatever that relationship is with his trumpet, right? That he's playing the same song as Miles, but these are almost two different songs, almost based on their personality, breath, and for lack of a better word, soul.
It's one of the aspects I love of jazz is where you take there's such discipline to it. You take you take a song like Summertime, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Porgy and Bess, here it is, this great song, your thing. And everybody can do it. And it's different.
Yeah.
It has a different subtext. It has a different thing. It reminds me a lot of, you know, a couple years ago now, I did Macbeth, right? What's fascinating about doing Macbeth is people have been doing this for 400 and something years.
Yeah.
They've been saying this speech, you know, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, you know, and it's like, well, I said it and Sean Connery said it and, you know, Ian McKellen said it and Patrick Stewart said it and Laurence Olivier said it and Richard Burton said it and John Gielgud said it and, you know, Paul Robeson said it and, you know, and there's everybody, if there's such discipline to the rhythm and language of Shakespeare in the same way of a great song that your soul can come through.
Right.
You know, it's not about, it's bigger than the words you say. There's something nonverbal happening and there's a safety in the structure of the music.
Well, what's interesting to me about jazz is that the language of jazz, I think in some ways is something you might have to be at a certain maturity level to experience. Because I know when I was younger, to me, it was much like listening to adult conversation, you know, where you kind of,
you just kind of tune it out.
Exactly. And it was background.
But see, that was true of me too, but not true of my father, right? So my father was, you know,
because he was around when it was actually revolutionizing the moment.
Right.
And we're looking at it as, we're studying it in the past tense. And I know exactly what you mean. I loved certain jazz before this movie, but in trying to understand where Chet was coming from, obviously I listen to his music, but I really wanted to know what was his influences. What did he love? What poster did he have in his wall? Like, that's how I'm going to understand the man.
Yeah.
That his music is his talent manifest, and that's one thing. But the actual guy, and in seeing all the people that he loved, and I started really listening to Charlie Parker, and then one minute it clicked in me, and I went, oh, I get it. This is a revolutionary. This is as exciting as, this is the same thing of when, Dre first appeared or when Dylan sang Subterranean Homesick Blues. It's like, this is people putting on vinyl something that hadn't been articulated before. And it's an energy that I didn't understand when I was a kid. You're right. It was like when my parents started talking about God or something. I just,
But classical music can do the same thing to you. As you mature, you're like, for some reason, the rhythm is hitting you differently than it did when you were a kid. But what I also love about Chet Baker is that he was kind of Eminem. You know what I mean? There was a thing of, okay, you're playing the black man's music in your own way, and those guys accepted him for it.
Well, we could really run with the analogy because it is interesting. I mean, I thought of Eminem a lot because this movie opens with Dino De Laurentiis offering Chet Baker to star in a movie of his own life, right? Which, in fact, he never got into production. They developed it and Chet screwed it up before they started filming. But, of course, it's exactly what happened to Eminem.
Yeah.
Eminem played himself in a movie. And you could even make the case that Charlie Parker was to Chet Baker what Dre was to Eminem.
Yeah.
I mean that Charlie Parker gave Chet, he dubbed him. He selected him to be on his West Coast tour, and it was very irritating to Miles Davis at the time why he would pick this white kid. And there was so many. When Chet won Trumpet of the Year, it's a funny story of he met Miles and he told him that he really wanted to write him an apology letter, to say, and Miles said, there's 20 brothers. You should apologize before you even get to apologize to me. And Cliff Brown, Louis Armstrong, Dizzy Gillespie, you're like not even in the game. Before, Chet's love of that music and what they were doing, what Birth of the Cool did, what Cheryl did, what that whole bebop movement was doing. His love of it was absolutely sincere, and he was a better face to sell it to a lot of white people.
Well, he was incredibly handsome too.
Yeah.
I mean, I kept thinking Neil Cassidy through the whole thing when you look at that time.
He has such a magnetic energy, but just such an interesting face, and there's something that really pulls you in about him. But I think what's really great about this film is that you guys kind of explore this thing where you can have these people who maybe they're contemporaries with you, maybe they're a little ahead of you, and you can idolize them and think that they're amazing, but you still have them in your sights. You still want...
There's still competition, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So you can love someone like that, but still kind of want to take them down a little.
Yeah, that was always true. Like in, my generation was the guitar, which has kind of been for, that doesn't really speak to kids growing up now. But if you go back and watch The Last Waltz, you see Robbie Robinson set out to take down Clapton. He invited him on the show, but then you just see him going after him.
I can rock this harder than you can.
And there's a beauty to that kind of competition, you
gotta love it, right?
Yeah.
And I often think with new bands, I love this band Wilco, right?
Yeah.
I think they're tremendous and I really admire them. And one of the litmus tests for me is, well, could you have played in The Last Waltz?
Right.
I was like, when I look at my own generation, I think, guys, could you have gotten on that stage with those guys? And that's one of the only bands that I see that could get up there with those guys as far as,
Well, I think Jack White would have been invited to that show.
Beck could play a couple songs there too.
But it is an interesting thing because, you look back and they were still young guys. I remember seeing The Last Waltz. They seemed so much older to me.
I know, I felt that way too. Of course, because when I first watched that movie, I was a kid and any grown up seemed like an old man. But you look at Levon Helm, like, oh, he's a young man. Like, no wonder he was upset they broke up the band. They should have kept. They had another easy 10 years before they needed to start thinking about retiring.
Yeah, And Chet, at what age are you playing him in this movie? Because he's kind of,
early 40s.
Yeah.
This is, when he lost his teeth was, around the age I'm at right now. Of course, when I was in production, I could have answered that question exactly, but right now I can't remember. It was 41 or 42 or 40. Maybe a little bit younger than I am now.
I also love the fact that, and we've seen this in musicians and artists, of this kind of dance with heroin, and it's always easy for people from the outside to go, just stop or dump that guy, but you can truly fall in love with the broken junkie when you have one in your life. You know,
look, there's a funny story in my family, which is I have a cousin who's a beautiful young woman, and her when we were kids, her mom was a junkie, and you don't stop loving that person. No. Do you know what I mean? I mean, they're hurting themselves and they're making everything miserable, but you also look them in the eyes, and people don't do drugs and alcohol and ruin their life for it because they want to ruin their life. They do it because it makes sense at the time for some specific reason. And my cousin, it's a fascinating thing to me. She, worked so hard, and she put herself through law school, and now she's a defendant. She basically protects drug addicts. Yeah. She works for the state, and people who don't have a lawyer, she defends them, right? Tries to get them lighter sentences, it's like she's still her parents' kid.
Yeah.
And, she's not she's done the opposite. I mean, she's taken great care of herself.
Right.
We all, but there's this part of her that has a love for people who are hurting themselves.
Yeah. And you see that in Chet, man. And like, there's scenes where he's lying. Everyone knows he's lying. He kind of even knows it. He cannot stop himself at that point. Doesn't mean that some people don't pull out of it, which is always amazing to me.
Yeah. To Miles Davis's credit, you could make a case to be made that part of why Miles's talent was able to constantly evolve and mature and grow, was because of his ability to get off that.
Yeah.
And whereas when a person succumbs to addiction, they're kind of freeze dried at the moment that happened, and growth stops.
Yeah.
If you see Chet's music, I love his last performances. There's a performance live from Tokyo. He plays Elvis Costello's Almost Blue.
Yeah.
But he's playing the same music he was playing in 1954.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1987 or something like that. And it's beautiful, but it's the same. Miles was never the same.
Right.
Because he was awake.
Yeah.
He was awake and growing and changing. And when Chet gives over to that, he's giving up the possibility of growth.
Yeah.
Because growth hurts usually.
It's
hard.
a very difficult thing. Particularly like Miles is a great example. No one wanted to see him change. I brought this up with Bowie. I was always 2 albums behind Bowie since I was a kid, because I was like, why is he doing that?
Why is he doing what I just got used to? That's so awesome.
Yeah.
And it's, Dylan is very much the same way. And you realize that a great artist is a leader.
Yeah.
A great artist is leading. They're running out ahead. And that was certainly true of Miles Davis.
Well, Cheeto's got that Miles movie. Have you seen it yet? Or
I have not. And I really want to. I've worked with Don, and we've crossed paths, and it sounds like he's being extremely adventuresome and doing kind of the same idea that we're doing, which is that not trying to do a cradle to grave biopic, but just trying to meet the person, trying to meet the man at one particular moment in their life.
It's about finding whatever that texture is, about whatever that feeling, what it must have been like to be around them. And it's a difficult thing to capture. And I think that's why, what you do with this film, where it kind of moves so slow to one moment to the next. And then you're like, oh yeah, that's what his horn sounded like. That's what his voice sounded like. And we just finally get into that flow,
and it's a very unexpected moment too in life. I think, a lot of times maybe the idea would be to do it at the very beginning or the very end. This is just a perfect moment in the middle of someone's career.
Yeah.
That says a lot about the journey before and after without.
It's true. The middle of any story is a place we generally don't gravitate to.
Right.
People love beginnings and endings,
Yeah.
And this kind of goes right to the center of his life, and right to his most broken moment.
Yeah.
Right. And midlife often is that. It's like where the straight way is lost,
Right.
Youth is all about, trying to get this, trying to get there, then you kind of get there, you don't, and you don't know what to do.
Well, one of my favorite scenes is where the works are just sitting on the table. And for I'm a guy in recovery. That is the daily thing, that it's always there. I don't care how many years that you have. It's sitting there somewhere in your life.
It's interesting you say that, because do you remember, was a guy in recovery, David Carr, the writer?
Yeah.
Kind of a brilliant guy.
Brilliant.
And, when Philip Seymour Hoffman passed, and people were saying, what a waste of talent, what a waste of set. And David had a very interesting perspective, is that what people don't know about how hard it is to be in recovery is that, he said, how I look at it is that Phil won his battle with addiction for 20 years. Wish it was 25.
Yeah.
But he did beat it for 20 years. So he said a similar thing to what you did. It's always sitting there, and it's a philosophical war
right.
every day. And that's how you have to kind of approach it. He was a very interesting man, David Carr.
Oh yeah, brilliant guy, and also a guy that should have been gone years ago. And there's so many people that you could have given up on. David Crosby is a guy we were ready all to. It was like, he's not coming back from that.
And yet we've had so many great artists who have experienced that struggle, and yet I still feel it's so common. It's such a mystery to people who don't experience it themselves, that don't struggle with addiction, that oftentimes it's met with, it's a shame, but also
complete lack of understanding.
Yeah, I don't even feel bad for that person. It's strange how often that comes up, particularly.
But I'm the same way. I do nothing but think about addiction, but when it gets to gambling addiction, I'm like, what are you, nuts? Why would anybody do that?
I know.
It's so hard to get
I know.
somebody
It is
else's
so
monkey.
true, isn't it? When you don't understand something fundamental, sometimes I'll go through that with, my daughter. It's like, or you just something like, I just have no context for that conversation.
Right.
And gambling addiction is one for me. So I'm like, stop doing that. That's, I don't understand that at all.
Yeah. But you never write anyone completely off, and that's part of what happens in this film. That the people who loved him, mainly the people who loved him for his talent when they were around him and stuff, they never lost that love. As crazy as he drove them and pushed them away.
Look, it had to be really hard to be his kid.
Yeah.
It had to be really hard to be a woman who loved him. It had to be really hard to be his mother and father. And if you do hurt yourself like that, it's hard on the people around you.
You hurt everybody.
And that's the lie of that. The line in the movie talks about, I'm just like Charlie Parker. We never hurt anybody but myself.
Yeah.
That's impossible in this life.
Yeah.
We're too connected to one another. In taking care of yourself, you really do help other people. Mm-hmm. Even if you just start there, you don't even have to go to a soup kitchen. Take care of yourself.
Right.
It helps people. And then what happens, like Dizzy Gillespie is a great guy to talk about, who's had this huge lifelong artistry at a high level, who did take care of himself and in turn helped the whole community. Yeah. He gave lots of people second chances. He created clubs where other people could play. That's, in a way, I wish it was easier to make a movie about people, who took care of themselves. It's like, it's so hard to make a movie about a successful marriage.
Yeah.
It is true in our life. It's like, it's easy to talk about my friends that I've lost.
Mm-hmm.
I hesitate. It's harder to talk about, Josh Charles, my friend who I did Dead Poets Society with, who's a great actor who's still thriving. Robert Sean Leonard is on Broadway right now. I have lots of friends who've made it.
Yeah.
But it's funny, our stories and our energy, we gravitate to the hurt sometimes.
Yeah.
I guess because we're trying to understand it and we're hurt by it. But I do think it's also meaningful to talk about the people who are leading by living.
Yeah.
You know?
And that is a great point. I remember being a kid, Dizzy was probably the only guy who would be on TV. He would be on the daytime shows. He'd be always pushing jazz.
He did more for jazz than all the guys who lit themselves on fire.
Yeah.
You know?
And then, you know, sometimes we go, oh, what about, you know, there's something about addiction and genius. Then you can make cases, you know. Wynton Marsalis is nothing but a dedicated guy who's got his stuff together, and his stuff is beautiful.
You know, Willie Nelson's 80-something years old. He's got a new album out. He's been playing strong. He loves life. He's so, you know, taking great care of himself. He's running biofuel and his hemp products. And I mean, he's like, you know, he's just having a great time and contributing at a high level of magnificent art. So that is a lie. You know, you don't have to let your demons run your life. You don't have to. And in fact, in addressing them, there's the chance, like we talked about before, but there's a chance to go somewhere you've never been before.
Right.
I mean, we're all gonna die. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to rush it, you know?
Yeah, that's that set of works that's sitting on the table anyway, right?
Yeah.
That's death, so you're gonna get there.
You're gonna get there.
You're killing yourself whether you're killing yourself or not. But
you kill yourself when you wake up in the morning, so you don't need to make it any harder than it already is.
Yeah, that is true. But I do think one of the great purposes to any art is the people to appreciate it. That it almost doesn't exist without being seen, heard, thought about, talked about. And that's what I love about this thing that you did with Chet, is that it makes you go, oh, let me get back into this music. And while you're doing that, however you're doing it now online, it leads you to other places, which also is soul enriching.
This experience of making this movie was so enriching. You know, I read Hampton Hawes, memoir and Art Pepper's memoir, and you start listening to their music. And then I really like jazz piano. When it's really good, it's actually, again, when I was younger, that was like, grown-ups like being really boring. But when it comes alive for you and you understand it, and then, you know, I feel like we should shout out to Brad Meldau, who's a amazing jazz pianist right now. Guy's amazing. Get his cover of McCartney's Blackbird. There's so much exciting music happening out there.
Well, we were just talking about this, Gail and I, is that you can walk into the Blue Note and the greatest players in the world are just walking past you. You know, that sometimes when something becomes smaller, it's even more precious. You know, it's not the same way as when I couldn't even imagine meeting a rock star when I was a kid. You know, but as time goes on, you're able to really find them in some intimate rooms, and it's
neat.
And it seems almost like that's where the best work happens. You know, it's
in
sometimes
smaller rooms?
where sometimes it comes back into itself a little bit. You don't have to worry so much of the pressure of the masses.
Right.
I think amazing things can really happen.
Well,
in that
yeah,
space.
it's the same thing. Like if you make a meal for 2,000 people. If you had 2,000 people coming to your house for dinner tomorrow, you would serve hamburgers and hot dogs. Like that's it. And if you have 15 people coming over, you could say, all right, well, what are they like? Are they into let's do a Mexican fest. I've got this new, you know, cilantro dish that's gonna like be, and you can make something that somebody, like a meal they'll remember the rest of their life. You know? But in the great mass, things become forgettable, you know?
Well, I'll tell you this, it's not unusual for you to come in with a really interesting product. You've been doing it, you know, the last few years has just been mind-blowing for you. And make sure that you get the opportunity. If you can see it in the theater, it would be the greatest way to see it. Select theaters on March 25th, Born to Be Blue, and then available on demand Thursday, March 31st. It's ifcfilms.com. For more. Thank you so much, dude.
Thank you, man.
Always
Appreciate it.
great to see
It's
you.
fun to be here with you guys.
See you next time. Born to Be Blue. It opens today, March 25th. That's our friend Ethan Hawke, and he's channeling Chet Baker there.
That was so great.
Yeah, I let you stay even though you really were late for the show today.
I know, and I appreciate it. I really do. Meant a lot to me.
Well, it meant a lot to him.
You think so?
Yeah, I know so. He said to me in the hall, he goes, is she single? I go, Gail, no.
What? Why would you say that?
Well, because isn't it true?
Well, yeah, but do you see a ring on this finger?
I don't see a ring on anyone's finger. I don't know. Do people still do that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People still do that.
Since when?
People do. Since
If you like it, you better put a ring on it. Born to be Blue. You know what else he said to me? He goes, that board op creeps me out.
What? He said that too?
Oh, you guys don't know which is
Say
which.
which is which.
Oh, I was
Who's
about
the real board
about
op?
to be really surprised for a second. Then I remembered I work with Chris.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean? Hey, you fucking don't even get the goddamn
Okay,
You're tired
weird.
and slurry.
It's
Let's
fine.
keep it positive.
Come
and
on,
go
I'm in a
fucking
great
positive.
mood now.
You should be.
I'm glowing. I feel I'm buzzing.
I got another buzz for everybody, and then I'm going to get in and talk to you about Ethan Hawke. Chris, this came through during the Ethan Hawke. We've got a Unmasked to announce, and this is exciting. It is April 4th, 3:30 at the SiriusXM studios. This is the second Unmasked we've done with the gentleman. The last one was some people's favorite of all time.
It's amazing.
Including his family. His family came to me later and said, thank you for that. Because they enjoyed him being able to express himself and not just answer stupid questions from his past. Andrew Dice Clay. Monday, April 4th. 3:30 at SiriusXM Studios. Studios. Andrew Dice Clay. Go immediately to the interrobang.com. These tickets will go amazingly fast. And the room we're doing them in is what? Studio B?
Studio B, yeah.
So I'll just let you know, it's a very small room. Only limited seating, and you get there and you listen to Dice, and he's one of the most unique characters in the whole world. He is truly an interesting, fascinating guy. New TV show, and of course, you know, he just got directed by Martin Scorsese, so I can't wait to hear what that's like for a New York boy.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be huge on anyone's list.
Dude, it was huge for us when we went to go see Scorsese talk that time.
It was massive, yeah.
We were just like, he's right there. Fuck yeah. That was a funny day because he would just show clips of movies like he was a film fucking professor, and we didn't get any of it. He was like, in this scene, just watch the way he moves his hand to the lamp, and we would watch the scene, and you would come back. What did I tell you? It's unbelievable, isn't it?
I believe you.
And we're like, okay, you see things on a different level than us. Gonna let her in my life. Andrew Dice Clay, Unmasked, Monday, April 4, 3:30, SiriusXM Studio, new series Dice premieres Sunday, April 10th on Showtime. I'm sure that's going to be a big part of what we are talking about. The one and only Andrew Dice Clay. Now, did you run this past our boss, or are you just telling me?
No, this has been run past the boss. This is good to go.
Okay. Are you sure? Because you look like you're lying today.
I am not lying. Ron, I am not lying.
Down?
Lock this down. April 4th, Monday, 3:30 p.m. SiriusXM. Go to the
I already did the plugs.
Told everybody.
Letting everyone know.
You wanted to be the guy who did the plugs? Because I just did it twice.
I was just reiterating.
Yeah, but we don't want to reiterate constantly. We want to say, come out and see Dice. So, Ethan Hawke, you loved getting that chance. Because, again, I'm going to bring this up to people. Gail, as a little girl, you crushed quite a bit.
I did, yeah.
But Ethan Hawke was one of your favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Mainly from Reality Bites?
Mainly from that. Yeah, that's really what set it off, was I became just so fixated on him. And I think that is the craziest thing, to sit here next to him. If it was anyone else, and I don't care how big of a star that person was or how attractive you thought that person was, it doesn't mean as much as when you had that kind of feeling when you were a kid. Like, there's something so significant that happens to you, those first feelings of like romance in your mind, or you're like trying to figure out what attraction is.
Yeah, Joey's going through that right now for the first time.
He's just starting.
That's me.
But I adored him, and it was so great to sit with him.
Also, he's a brilliant guy. Like,
definitely.
You don't, and I don't want to sound offensive when I say this, but you don't say that about many actors. You know what I mean? That they're a brilliant, deep-thinking guy.
So many have that kind of blank canvas personality where you see that they're able to take on a character, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they have a kind of dynamic personality that you would want to spend time with. But he's so thoughtful and smart, and you can see he really loves to research the role as well. I think that's...
Do you also hear what he was saying to me about me and you work together?
Yeah.
Because his daughter has just got out of high school, and he's got that dad thing of, you know, I want to stay in her life. You know what I mean? Like that thing. So he brought up something to me about her doing some more adult things. He was like, "That's really cool, right?" Like, yeah, maybe you guys, I don't know, work together. Maybe you'll do a show together. I can't sit and help you through everything. Yeah, he's. Anytime I've ever had him on my show, I've always been blown away. I had one time him, Richard Linklater, and the girl from the Before the Sunrise. That was Julie Delphi. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Julia Delphi. Yeah. And the guys were pleasant. You're a little French firecracker.
Is she?
It's, you know, I don't know. She was nice to me, but I saw her, you know, snapping to some people who work for her.
Oh, yeah.
And then Linklater is like, you know, he's everything you want him to be. He's got a new movie that is, they say, like the spiritual thing to Dazed and Confused. It's like the next thing, although it's not. You know, it's about a baseball team in the 80s, like a college baseball team.
I'll always show up for his stuff.
But
He's great.
I'm the same way. But I think the way that he means that it's a sequel, spiritual sequel, is because it's one of those ones that now closer to his life, like Dazed and Confused was. Because he went on and played college ball in the early 80s. So it's kind of like about that. So yeah, I'm going to go in a heartbeat. What is the Ben Affleck thing everybody's talking about? It's up on the iBank today.
All right, so this...
I can't look at my email or anything without anyone bringing up. They're calling it Sad Ben Affleck.
Yeah, it's Sad Ben Affleck. It's all right. So there was on a press junket with Superman, and then the interviewer on the press junket asked them about. All right, brings up all right. There's a bunch of bad reviews there. Ben Affleck.
Are you going to tell me, or were you going to?
That's the setup.
That's the okay. All right, let me say.
Reviews for the film have come out, and I don't know if you've had a chance to have a look at them, or like your response to those, or
no. What are they saying?
Well, it's been getting a mixed response. I just wondered whether how that makes you guys feel, and whether it will even affect the film as such.
Well, the interesting thing is that
hello,
God, this can't be real.
We have spoken,
Ben.
I agree.
Now, let me just say this, and I'm going to play his defense attorney for a second. You're doing 120 of those things,
sure,
and you hear the same questions,
right?
But to see, it's only the sound of the silence and the close-up that makes it so damn funny.
Well, it's so so great because they just had they did the same kind of treatment to Christie because he was staring off when he was behind Trump, and everyone became really focused on how far off.
That's all I even could say.
He looked in his mind, and he had the same expression. Like, it really, he could be thinking about anything. He could just be thinking like, God, I'm really hungry.
He could be listening,
but,
you know?
But it perfectly looks like he's like, what have I done?
Dead-eyed. As fucking Superman goes on all cheerily about God knows what. Just giving some stock answer.
Great. I love it.
Because he just hasn't gone through as many of these as Affleck has over the years.
I agree.
Still a young actor.
I agree.
I agree. What? Thinking about that Oscar.
That's going to be fun with Dice Clay.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It's really cool because this time, like, we can, you know, his life is so crazy, and his memory, because he wasn't a guy who drank or took drugs ever. Dice is one of those guys I don't think has ever put a beer to his mouth.
Really?
Yeah. So his memory, unlike most people's, is like specific, you know. And the stuff that he did about the early days was so great. And I can't wait to get into these stories because he's the only thing about vinyl that I've been crazy about.
Yeah, it was. He was fantastic.
Huge mistake not to make him a regular. Gigantic mistake.
I know.
Because that would have made it radio and records, and then it wouldn't have to worry about the fake fucking stage stuff. Oh God, I was just thinking about him yesterday. It's our buddy Andy from Cleveland. Hey, Andy.
Hey guys.
Hey, man.
It's been a while. I missed you guys.
Yeah, I was just thinking about you yesterday. Did you go see the Sada Fleck movie? You're a...
We've got our tickets. Once the reviews started rolling in, though, and actually, you know, I've been doing a lot of substitute teaching for music classes. That's the day gig now, and I had a general music class at a high school the other day, and these are pretty hardcore kids, the kids that end up in general music. And we listened to the soundtrack for the Hans Zimmer Batman versus Superman. And with everything these kids are into, they looked at me and said, "This sounds like a lot of drums and noise."
Yeah.
And that was like my Roy Scheider on the beach in Jaws moment where I was just like, shit, this movie's gonna suck. Like, and we are huge DC fans at our house, my wife and I, and then on top of it, she's a huge Browns fan. So between the Batman and Superman news being sketchy, and then on top of it getting a damaged RG3, it's gonna be a long weekend at our house.
So Cleveland not excited about RG3?
The jokes are already flying. Somebody sent a meme of a Photoshop meme of his tendon rupturing before he even walks through the doors of the facility. Confidence is not high.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be rooting for him because that initial year that he kicked off, DC went crazy. You know, I know I made the prediction that he wasn't going to last because it's impossible to run around like that. Now I like to see the guy make a comeback.
That first season was a freak show.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, we'll see. I just, you know, it's. I really hate to say it. I do have some pride in my city, but it is Cleveland, and there's just this weird, you know.
So you going to Superman, Batman?
Yeah, I'm still. My problem with it is this: as far as our cluster of films that they're putting out, as far as DC Comics characters, we're stuck for the majority of it with the whole Zack Snyder Hans Zimmer combo.
Yeah.
We're stuck with the spastic kid playing with his toys and his creatively, potentially inept friend banging on the drums the entire damn time. It's like being stuck with the two most revolting, hyperactive kids at school, and that's what you got to work with. You know, it's just.
Zito, you got to be going, right?
Vito.
Was that?
Yeah, I'm probably going to go see Batman vs. Superman.
Just probably. The fact that he's not pumped like he was for Star Wars. Remember with Star Wars, he went first thing in the morning.
Yeah,
now he's a probably. Joe, what about you?
I will see it eventually.
Like on TV?
Like bootleg.
So you're not going to go to the
No, I
theater?
won't go to the theater to see it, though.
That means you're not going.
Yeah.
We're all going to see it eventually when it gets
Yeah,
to TBS,
sure.
my favorite channel.
I feel obligated to see it in the theater once I lined up that I've seen every Batman in the theater.
Well, you know, you're going to have some time. Might as well go.
Well, my wife and I sprang for the motion sync seats. So if nothing else, our seats will move us. The movie might stop. Yeah, but the seats will at least rumble and make noise, and maybe we might get some modicum of enjoyment out of that. I'm hoping to
Boy, he's not looking forward.
I'm really hoping that it's not the seats are not synced to the Zimmer score though, because that is just a.
What are you paying for them?
I think for it's $18 a head, $18 a head for that.
That's just a regular movie in New York.
Yeah, I know.
That's a
yeah, for
matinee.
the same price you guys pay for normal admission, you guys can come out and get the full 3D moving seats, tricked out experience here in Cleveland. But it's one of the nice things about it though is it is a reserved seat. You know, so you have to get there too early. You know, you go right to your seat, and then if the motion's annoying, you can actually shut it off. But and some movies it's been a lot of fun. We went and saw Fury Road that way, and it was like a 2-hour massage.
All right, buddy. Good to talk to you. Good luck with RG3.
Yes. Hey, by the way, did you hear the good news about Nick Kroll's My Blind Brother? I sent a little shout to the show. I have a little tiny part as a bartender in that, but it made a huge bank at South by Southwest. They had the greatest, it had the biggest sale record, and Stars is putting it out in the theaters. So,
oh, that's
yeah,
very, very cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing to be a part of. So,
You know when it's going to be back? When it's on?
I have no idea when it's hitting theaters.
Probably
I don't
after
know.
the summer, though, right? You probably can't book anything now.
I don't know because it's comedy. I don't know how that all rolls out. I know that they, you know, the gigantic explosion robot movies.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my guess. Late September, early October, in between the summer films and the Oscar films. Chris,
I feel a November release pre-Thanksgiving.
Gee, that's crazy.
2 weeks before Thanksgiving.
I'm gonna go around Labor Day.
Smart, Gail.
December.
But December 2017.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while to say it. Zito?
We'll pass the sheet around the office. Everybody gets a square. It's $2 a square. We'll find out who wins.
I'll make sure I go see it. All right, thanks, Andy. Well, I saw him in another movie. He was terrific. I actually believed he was a gangster.
Nice.
Yeah. Now I just watch Soder films. I think Soder's in. I watch. You know what? Coming up in just a couple minutes, because we had something go viral this week. I don't even know if you know about it, but it was the Kevin Pollak Unmasked. And how many hits did that get, Chris?
That has 600,000 hits.
Let's take a look right now. Let's get the update. See what it is exactly. Kevin Pollak Unmasked. It's that simple. Kevin Pollak Unmasked.
I'll bring it up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Z, it's the only downside of this is you got nothing else to do. So when you don't hit it and he has to take over, what is it exactly?
604,039 hits.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
And that's Kevin Pollak doing his one-word impressions. 600,000 people just left on it.
How did that even happen?
How does anything happen on the internet? No one knows.
I don't know. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery trapped in a riddle, stuffed inside an enigma. Oh, I forget who said it earlier. Now Cruz is saying Trump planted that story.
Wow.
But he knows it's not true. He knows there's no way for Trump to plant a tabloid story.
And then to come out like 2 days later?
Yeah.
From the Inquirer.
Yeah, it just doesn't. The Inquirer knows that this is a place for them to shine. They're going to put a lot of people into it. And there's no way Trump could pull that off in 2 days. And Cruz knows it as well. He's a politician's politician.
He's just using it as an excuse, trying to put the heat back on Trump about something. It's not going to work.
I'm looking at him right now and thinking he's a lot more handsome than I ever thought he was.
Pretty hot.
He's a porn magnet.
He gets nothing but strange, this guy.
These were consensual or?
No, yeah. These were girls that were digging him. Girls that were digging that boy.
Takes all kinds, I guess.
Yep. Takes even the wrong kinds. Yep. That Ted Cruz sure could get pussy. I knew that motherfucker down in Tennessee, Texas. He once ate the ass out of Lisa Bonet.
Way. How do you know this?
Ted Cruz. Well, I know myths and legends and mythologies. That's my thing. Yep-a-da-doo, ba-ba-ba-da-doo. Making sure I don't sing the song. All right, so why don't we play the Kevin Pollak Unmasked while reminding people show up for the Dice Clay Unmasked.
That's happening Monday, April 4th at 3:30 p.m. at the Sirius XM studios. You go to theinterrobang.com to find out how to get tickets. That's April 4th at 3:30.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Hell yeah.
And Gail, just got text from Ethan Hawke. Yes, if you're free tonight.
Yeah, I'm free. Sure.
Great. He wants someone to watch his kids. So.
I thought you meant maybe that he wanted to do something with me. So he wants a babysitter?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's
and
one way in.
And also dog walker. One way in.
I'll take it.
You know, well, I'm not going to. Okay, good point. Let's break. Come back with Kevin Pollak Unmasked. It's Bennington.
Bennington will be right back. Tweet hashtag Bennington in the meantime.
Kevin Pollak.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated.
It's the filmmaker, Kevin Pollak.
How about that, Ronnie?
Yeah. How we're talking about Misery Loves Comedy.
Yes.
And, I don't want to spoil anything for
Spoil
the
anything.
folks.
Spoil anything.
But it's amazing from a filmmaking point of view, the amount of people and great names and incredibly different perspectives that come to this.
Over 60 annoyingly famous, funny people.
Yeah.
And here's a tip to any young filmmakers out there, or old, whenever you're starting, because this is my first film and I'm quite old. If you want to get a lot of famous people in your movie, it's real simple. Don't pay them.
Don't pay anybody.
Don't pay them. Because if you pay them, you got lawyers and agents and managers, and you can't get anything done.
But you also talk to them in a manner different than they're used to be, spoken to. Most of the time, they show up.
Yeah.
Please put on your clown hat and get to work.
Yeah. Or shoes.
Yeah, or clown shoes. But you talk to them, you're asking them these questions, which I was saying to you before. I wish people just talk like this all the time. We're only on Earth for so long. Share.
Yeah.
But then they go into being hysterical whether they like it or not.
The good news is, and I presume this ahead of time, as only presuming will allow, funny people can't help but be funny when they talk about serious stuff. So when I got into editing with almost 70 hours of material, with no script, no narrative, no story, I had to create one. The first thing I kind of decided was, as I was watching various bits and pieces, I'll just cut this to be funny. And there's plenty of insight along the way. There's plenty of drama along the way, because they're talking about very serious things at times, whether it's bombing or what. Eventually got broken up into chapters, as you saw. But initially, there was no script where it said, all right, here's a chapter, so let's get this. Here's another chapter, get those answers. And I just decided, cut it as a comedy. Let the people be funny, because they are.
Well, there's some funny people, and Christopher Guest jumps out at me, as serious as he can be, and he's an incredibly intelligent guy.
Very dry.
You're in tears.
Yeah.
You can't help it.
He does something in the movie. He talks about being in class and finding the ability to throw his voice, but not talking, just a sound, like a siren almost. And he could throw it in a way where the teacher would look around and throw some other kid out of class for making the sound. And when he does it on camera, which he just decides to do in the course of the conversation, I had to put a super on the screen saying he's really making the sound. Because the way anyone who throws their voice does, you can't tell by looking at them that the sound is coming. So, yeah.
He's so bizarre. I remember when he wrote the foreword to your book, and I stopped after the foreword. And I go, I'm going to give this some time before I go on, because it was one of the funniest things I had ever read.
Yeah, he's crazy funny.
Yeah.
Without just waking up. Yeah. Well, that's the thing was all these people are friends to a certain degree. I mean, I booked all the talent, so I had to have some relationship with them. Again, to varying degrees as to how long or how close we are. But I knew each one of them was insanely funny. So then the task becomes, how do I make them comfortable enough to open up and tell of the pain and the misery?
The pain and the misery that, for years I think we think of, the sad clown, but really it's the misery of being a human being.
It's the human experience. Yeah. There's no way to avoid misery.
Right.
And as Matthew Perry says in the film, we don't have the corner on the market. Just because we're funny, death and taxes being the only things guaranteed, you could put misery in that list.
Yeah, it is part of
no way to avoid it.
Yeah,
even if it's just loss of a loved one or heartbreak.
Well,
it happens to everyone.
Yeah, but and this is why I think it's great that you did the film. I've done this before when we lose a great comedian. I'll be on the air and I'll call Kevin, and you are able to sum up what's funny and what that person has brought. And not everybody that can do that. A lot of funny people pay attention to themselves and their own humor.
Weird.
But but you have a phenomenal ability. I remember when you did it with Brenner, and it took the air out of the room because you were able to sum up what he brought to everyone. And I feel like you're able that the film shifts with each person. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching Jim Norton be interviewed, it feels like a Jim Norton film for a little while.
Oh, yeah.
You know
that's
what I mean?
interesting.
And then you move into the next person.
Well, that's a great compliment because it really is about capturing the individuals and not, even though they're fitting into these categories, you still want to give them their own time. Yeah.
And everybody is unique, even though they're part of the same strangeness together.
Yeah.
There's so many unique points of view.
Well, I've said it now. I spoke about it a little bit in the film. Children suffer from "Hey, look at me" disease, as I call it, because they're children. They need attention. That's my ass. And that's for the audience here that heard a vibrate coming from my ass. I set my ass on stun before I walked in. So we suffer from "Hey, look at me" disease because they're children. But adults clearly suffer from "Hey, look at me." Otherwise, Facebook is not a multi-billion-dollar company.
Mm-hmm.
But who chooses "Hey, look at me" as a profession? What? How fucked up is that brain?
Yeah,
that
right.
says, "Hey, look at me" for a career, to devote yourself, because what goes with "Hey, look at me" is a guarantee of rejection. It is, you can go in and meet for a job interview and you don't get it and you know what rejection feels like. How about times a million?
Right.
The opportunities that we set ourselves up for as performers to be rejected. And, if you don't develop an extra layer of skin, you can't survive. One of the first things I tell anyone when they say they want to do it is, how are you with rejection? Because it's going to get worse.
And it never goes away. Louis C.K. still could go in and go, what the fuck just happened in that last hour?
People are seeing the movie like yourself and having an amazing experience, and yet a person whose job it is to critique films, a so-called critic, will be critical. Because that's how they maintain their status and their job and their own ego. And so there's rejection happening to me right now in the newspapers. They're finding what's wrong with the film and they're rejecting it. And I get to spend time with people I care about, like yourself, Opie and Jimmy this morning, and a lot of other, Today Show, all these places that are welcoming me who've seen the film and love it. So, but if I'm not prepared for that rejection ahead of time, it can be devastating.
Sure.
So yeah, it never ends. It never ends. If you're going to perform, you're setting yourself up for rejection.
I think that it's going to be surprising to a critic because it's not like other films. You're looking at these people and it's very close, it's very tight. You're not moving the camera everywhere.
Yeah, there's no animation. It's really just talking heads, but.
And some of them are saying things that are so uncomfortable that you want to stop it and go, no.
Stop
Don't
talking.
do this to yourself.
Let me out of this room. Yeah, when Freddie Prinze Jr. talks about his dad for the first time on camera, that was a tough one for me because I'd known Freddie since we worked on She's All That, which was the movie that technically made him a movie star and made him a matinee idol. My generation would call him. And prior to that, I'd seen him in this tiny little film, House of Yes, with Parker Posey, and he was just this great dramatic actor. And so when I got to work with him, I found out that he was this sweet, huge heart of a person. And his father meant a lot to me when I was starting out as a 20-year-old. And so when it came to doing this film, I felt, well, I have to ask Freddie if he's ready to talk about his dad because he never had on camera. And yet once he started to, I wanted to protect him.
Right.
And save him from it getting too uncomfortable. While I'm also supposed to be interviewing him and making sure he says
he's as uncomfortable
he
as
says
possible.
enough. Yeah. So that was a bizarre experience.
Well, Freddie Prinze, and you'd have to be of a certain age to remember this. It was so shocking to young people because Freddie Prinze was funny when there was only like 20, comedians in the country, and he had everything that you would want to have. And then,
how about this? Because I even couldn't remember, even though I was present during the time starting my own career. How about this? At 19, Freddie Prinze, senior, technically, at 19 years old, he gets his first Tonight Show appearance as a stand-up comedian with Johnny Carson. He does so well, he's invited back 6 or so weeks later, not to do stand-up again, to guest host. Youngest guest host in the history of the show. Only 6 weeks after his first performance, he's guest hosting The Tonight Show. Can't tell you how big of a enormous thing. By 20, he's starring in his own sitcom, Dead at 22. 3 years.
Yeah.
Burning white hot. And gone. Even that part, for those of us who felt we do remember,
right,
still needs to be brought into
it's
perspective.
shocking. Yeah, it's shocking. And
so Freddie Jr. talking about, he was an infant when his father passed. So he was just raised with this cloud. And he talks about in the film what that meant and getting to the point where he got his first job and went to his father's gravesite and said, I love you, I thank you, fuck you, and all those things. And and to see him talk about that stuff and find the joy and happiness in it ultimately it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Because that's one of those scars, and you kind of get to see this in the film with all these really funny people, the scars that don't really heal, or even if they do heal, they're still scars. And that's, to me...
Well, someone like Amy Schumer, who's overly pampered. She talks about being 5, 6 years old and telling a lame, stupid story about a bunny in a forest that her parents know she's making up on the spot.
Yeah.
And they love it, and they videotape her. And then she says, and I watch the videotape afterwards, and I go, this girl's going to be a star.
Yeah.
And now she's one of the most brutally honest and hilarious comedians on the planet.
I always thought, even as a kid, with adults, the way they react to comedy was so unsettling. There was a strangeness to seeing adults laughing at things that you didn't quite understand.
Sure.
And wanting to be part of it.
Wanting to understand what the hell they were laughing at.
Yeah.
And then for me, wanting to be the thing that made them laugh.
Yeah. To make that, to even think that leap could take place is bizarre for a child. And a lot of children go, oh, is that it? What Bill Cosby does? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was 10 years old lip syncing his first album, and my mom caught me, literally. I used that term because it applies, as if she'd caught me doing something else. And she said, because I was just playing. I wasn't performing. I was playing. There were no interactive games. I'm 105. So I was playing. I didn't know I was lip syncing. I didn't know that was a thing, nor did I think I had created it. I was just playing. And she said, you have to do that for the Zookers at Passover. And, and I hadn't thought about, I hadn't thought this is a performance. This is something you do for people. I was just playing. And I stood in front of the fireplace at the Zookers at Passover and killed. And it was over. It was over.
That was done.
I was done.
You had invented comedy karaoke somehow.
And then later to find out that Jerry Lewis lip sync Danny Kaye's album. You know, it's something that had been going on for generations.
Yeah, because you're trying to find the rhythm. I remember that reading this. I'm trying to think of who it was, and I think it was. I'm not sure, but it was a writer who would sit around as a kid and just write Fitzgerald lines, just copy them out to feel rhythm going through his fingers. And I think those people that you like when you're a little kid, they're going to kind of stick to you whether you want them to or not.
Yes. You know? Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And have people in the film talk about their influences. One of the chapters was the Brit who stole from Spinal Tap and other influences. And that Brit being Steve Coogan, who's one of the, you know, Ricky Gervais before Ricky Gervais. Yeah. And in fact, Stephen Merchant, Ricky Gervais' creative partner, talked about in the film meeting Steve Coogan. So there's all this connective tissue. But Steve Coogan, you know, he had a couple of great moments in the film for me, one of which is talking about stealing a riff from the movie Spinal Tap, where you have Michael McKean, an American, doing a fake British accent, playing fake British rock stars. And here's this British, brilliant, iconic comedian, sharing that he stole a riff from a mockumentary, on how to be British and funny. Ridiculous. And then he's also the guy later in the film who says, you know, the two kinds of comedy that you're performing, and one is to share something universal, a universal truth, you know, which misery can be, so that the audience goes, oh, you just shined a light on what it's like to be human. I thought that was
I love
beautifully
that too.
put. Yeah.
And I also love that I never would have caught him stealing that. Like, he did it and said, here's exactly what I stole. Because it went over all of our heads. Yep. But that's the minutia that he was working in.
Yeah, people shared too much.
Yeah, yeah.
In the film. I got them comfortable enough that they opened up in shocking ways.
Right.
So when people in the press have interviews and stuff have asked me, you know, what was the most surprising? The truth is, out of 70 hours of material to choose from footage, everything that's in the film were the most surprising thing. That's one of the guidelines for me when I was editing.
So at the end of it, you're like, I got everything that I.
Yeah, and people say, Kevin, why aren't you on camera? Why aren't you in the movie? And while I understand why Michael Moore or Spurlock do that sort of thing, for me, my opinion is the film.
Mm-hmm.
I made those editing choices from 70 hours. So the film is completely and utterly representative of my opinion on the matter, on the subject, as shared by all these brilliant people. But I spent an hour with each of them, so I had to pick and choose. And to be on camera to suggest my opinion is more important than what any of these people are saying was absurd to me, just as a concept.
Well, I love the way, too, that you go. There's certain people that just shock me. David Koechner, who I think is so funny, but he is so great.
Yeah.
One of the most difficult things, I think, to do in comedy is to know what really makes you an asshole and to be able to deliver that, you know, like, here's the creepiest thing, and he does it over and over, to see what a sweet and thoughtful dude.
Yeah, you know him as Champ from the Anchorman movies.
Yeah.
Crazy funny, done a million things. But yeah, he gets to the heart of the matter too. At one point he said, the thesis originally was you have to be miserable to be funny. And as I was editing, that became the third act. And the first two acts were about meeting these people, getting to know them, getting to emotionally connect to them and their journey, and giving a shit like a regular narrative film. You have to emotionally connect the audience to your characters. Otherwise, they don't give a shit about anybody. And why am I watching this thing? It's one of the things I don't like about a lot of movies.
Sure.
I don't give a shit about any of these people. I was just asked to direct this comedy based on the enjoyment of the documentary. One of the ridiculous byproducts, other than sitting here for Unmasked, finally.
Yeah, finally, after all these years.
From doing the documentary, was that somebody called up and said, we want you to direct our comedy, our film. And so then my agent for acting had been in contact with them about one of the parts. And they said, yeah, no, we like Kevin as an actor, but we need a director. Would he come in? Would he read the script and come in? And so when I went in, I said, you've got this amazing story, this hilarious, incredible, ridiculous thing that actually happened to someone. It's a high concept comedy, but it's based in reality. This guy, Ken Baker, he wrote a book about it. He didn't go through puberty till age 30 because they found a brain tumor on his pituitary gland. And he never biologically and physically went through puberty. And then he went through it at 30 when they removed the tumor. So no sex drive. So he got a lot accomplished. But just something as simple as going through acne and going pubic care and a sex drive and talking and being uncomfortable around women. All those things had never happened to him as a child, suddenly happening at 30. So this is a hilarious high concept movie that all happens in the second act. But the first act is getting to know him first and his friends. And I just said to these people, I don't care about any of these people. There's no emotional connective tissue here. And if we're going to have silly hijinks in the second act when he's going through this real thing, although arch and funny and absurd, how about we care about everybody at first? So that, I think I learned a lot from making the documentary was where do we get a chance to care about these people who are going to entertain us and tell us honestly about their misery? But let's spend some time with them in the first act of the documentary even, to get to know them and care about them.
So there's still this growth going on for you as a storyteller after all these years of this documentary.
Crazy.
That's the beauty of actually having a passion. You know what I mean? Other than just having a job. You got to give a shit. As it turns out, you don't want to just be gainfully employed. Right.
Because I'd been asked a couple of times over the years to direct a couple of things, just because that's the way show business works, the hype and illusion. When Usual Suspects came out, in the indie film world, the cast all had instant street cred.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Pulp Fiction had won Palme d'Or at Cannes the year before and had become this huge hit. And the very next year, Usual Suspects arrived at the Cannes Film Festival and were considered a similar American gangster movie, they called it. But in the indie world, instantly we had all the street cred. And a couple of people thought it would be wise to have me direct a movie. Why? I don't know. They just decided they could, capitalize on the hype and illusion, smoke and mirrors. But I just didn't connect to the material. So I waited and I was developing a script of my own to direct. And this project was brought to me with its clever title. I don't get credit for any of that. It was created, this woman producer and co-financier of the film, Becky Newall, was developing the idea of doing a documentary about comedians specifically who suffer from clinical depression. That was the original concept. And she came up with the title, Misery Loves Comedy. She brought it to my producing partner, Burton Ritchie, who, like I said, was developing a screenplay for me to direct that I wrote. But when she brought Misery Loves Comedy to him, he said, I've got your director. He's been in stand-up comedy his whole life. He's been booking and interviewing famous people on his podcast, Kevin Pollak's Chat Show, for, at that point, 5 years. And he wants to be a director. This might work out. And then they brought it to me, and it was a no-brainer. I still didn't know what I was getting myself into.
Sure.
People kept saying yes, and I was like, fuck. I care for what you wish.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I guess there's this thing, particularly with some of the more famous people, is I gotta get them in this movie now that I've taken the time to dig into their soul, make sure that they're represented. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. And an embarrassment of riches with that much material. And also only so much time.
Sure. And the pace.
If there's 60 people, it's a 94-minute movie. On average, that's a minute and a half each. With all those chapters, how?
Right.
How? So, yeah, some people got short.
But I love the fact that Sam Rockwell said something that I'll never forget. I mean, equating it with spirituality, equating the connection.
Of being on stage naked in front of strangers, yeah.
Of just turning it into this tribal ancient thing, which it is, which for some reason we forget because, you know, we're worried about marketing and sales and all that. But at that very smallest element, you know, this is the ancient art form.
Yeah. And I've realized through the making of it that a lot of it is about the power of control that the performer feels on stage. And Lewis Black, this speaks to, it took him years to realize that the joy of comedy was in the silence, was in hearing silence, meaning the audience was actually listening, which means you had created a moment on purpose for silence. Imagine a comedian who lives for laughs, purposely designing a story where there are beats that you hear the audience listening. That is a freak out moment at first, and then eventually you just bathe in that silence. So imagine the control for an hour. Let's say they came to see you down an hour. You can't control life for a minute in the real world.
Yeah.
Not a minute. Everything's out of control. So controlling an audience for an hour of your choosing is a ride that doesn't exist in life, which is why so many performers get off stage and immediately chase drugs and alcohol, or in case of Jimmy Norton, sex addiction.
Right.
As he points out in the film.
But we all knew that anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jimmy actually talks about this awful transition of walking off stage and not being the guy that he was
Standing
on
at the bar.
stage. Yeah.
And the Cinderella complex. And now he's just now I'm a zilch, he says.
Yeah, he says.
And the audience looks at me and says, why do we let this guy control us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's another moment that you just want to stop the film and go, Jimmy, come on, dude.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're all right.
Let me hug you.
Yeah. But, you know, I was thinking about as you go through the things of the pauses, because I'm watching the film and I'm like, yes, it's the pauses. And then you follow it up and there's, you know, Jim Gaffigan or, just who goes a mile a minute and never gives the audience the opportunity to catch the breath. Or Kevin Smith, who has never stopped talking, period.
Yeah, he's talking right now. Yeah, in the film, I think Gaffigan says, the best time to hit someone is when they're off balance.
Right. That's such a great line coming from such a sweet person.
Yeah.
And you can see that he's just out there to wreck that room.
Yes.
Just destroy them with comedy.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing it with an audience, when it premiered at Sundance Film Festival a few months ago, was just extraordinary. Cause I'm in the vacuum, like you've heard, editing, and I trust my instincts, and I show a few people at my house. And I trust them, and I make some adjustments. And then I had a little screening for about 100 friends, which was the first time I saw it with a real audience. That is to say, more than 6 people in my living room. And that was great. But until I got into a room of strangers, like I do as a comic, at Egyptian Theater on Main Street, where the Sundance Festival began, very historic, very powerful and important to me. And that same morning, it's announced that Tribeca Films has bought the movie for U.S. distribution. That same morning also, the internet is exploding because my character on Mom had been killed the night before.
Right.
So I was on the second half of the first season of Mom, Allison Janney and Anna Faris, amazing. And then I was on the first half of the second season. The second season, the show followed Big Bang Theory. So it became a top 10 show. And so way more people saw it. And when Chuck Lorre, who, like God, gives life and takes it, decided that my character had to die so that these two women could face real suffering, which is what the show had been designed to do all along. We had shot it months before, so I had plenty of time to deal with it and reconcile what that meant. But the fact that it aired the night before my directorial debuts glowingly and sells, I could have been sitting home eating bonbons in a bathrobe, feeling suicidal myself with that sort of transition.
Sure.
But instead, I got a window closing and a garage door opening with this directing nonsense. And here we go.
Well, you know, it's not just stand-ups in this. Like, we bring in some of the sitcom actors, which is a whole different type of comedy, and they generally make it look easy, and people have a tendency to think it's easy because there's writers, but the beats in those shows.
Yeah, most of the lines that are quoted back to me from the whole 9 yards were jokes that Matthew Perry gave me on take 3. Here, try this. Because he had just come from 9 years of Friends and had become a master at a sitcom writing game called Beat the Joke. So all through the week of rehearsal, before doing it live in front of an audience, they would rehearse the jokes, and they would get old, and they would beat the joke. How do you beat the joke?
Right.
So in the script, there was a moment in the whole 9 yards where it said, "Don't be long." He was leaving. I had to keep a watchful eye on him, and I was supposed to say, "Don't be long." But because my character was Hungarian born and Chicago raised and had a fucked up accent, On take 3, Matthew said, okay, next time I leave, you say, don't belong. And I'm going to say, what? And then you say, don't belong. And that has been quoted back to me 6,482 times.
It was just
something Matthew threw on take 3. Try this.
But that's real craft. That's from doing this over and over and over.
Yeah, and even the case you mentioned, Sam Rockwell, William H. Macy, Bobby Cannavale, these are dramatic actors as they're known. But I knew they'd all been on stage in plays, and they had faced the naked feeling of being on stage, and they had faced an audience of strangers who waited for the laugh. I saw Sam Rockwell here on Broadway, a behanding in Spokane with Christopher Walken, my hero. And Sammy's got a monologue, stands in front of the curtain by himself, talks to the audience at one point in the play. So I knew they had faced the same demons, ultimately. And to hear William H. Macy get this line, he just, at some point in the interview, says, I wouldn't do stand-up if you put a gun to my head.
Yeah.
I mean,
it could have been the title of the film.
Oh, my
really.
God. That's the one shoot, baby.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's a highlight reel of 70 hours.
You brought up Bobby Cannavale, but the thing that he was talking about of still doing lines as he's walking down the streets of New York,
40-block walk.
Could give a shit who sees him or whatever. Yeah. That kind of stuff is like amazing because we sit and watch a guy like him and we think about him one way.
Yeah.
But you've peeled this back and showed the preparation. A lot of people say, oh, I could never do that because of the fear, but you don't, and they think that somehow performers are fearless, but they're not.
Oh, no, quite the opposite.
Yeah, they just walk through fear. Horrible.
Yeah. And with a wide range of talent, we get almost every color of the rainbow. I mean, I didn't want to show just the dark side. I didn't want to show just the middle. I wanted to try to show it all. And hopefully I have.
Well, even, we started this by talking about it's just common. You can't, no amount of success is going to get rid of darkness, no amount of money or whatever. But to hear Tom Hanks talk about it took to like his mid-50s.
Yeah, 54 years of self-loathing darkness. He describes it in the film. Who would have thought that when Marty Short talks about Breakdown Corner?
Unbelievable.
You don't see that coming. One of the happiest guys on the planet. Talks about being so jealous he can't celebrate Bill Murray's success.
And that's the thing. I'm like, if you're going to be jealous of anyone, Marty Short is a great person. I remember reading years ago, Bobcat saying that he was jealous of your success.
Mine?
Yes, for years. He said that every time he turned around, you were getting a great movie role.
Oh, wow.
And I remember thinking, Jesus Christ, Bobcat, what more do you fucking need, dude? You're a great comic. You became a great filmmaker.
Yeah.
But,
that's also the human condition. Somebody, whether you know them or not, is doing something you'd rather be doing.
Yeah, but I guess, to you, did you get for yourself, hey, when you were doing Avalon, that everybody turned around and said, wait, how do you go from doing impressions and working in bars?
Were you just doing Peter Falk last week?
Yeah, right.
Now you're co-starring in a Barry Levinson movie that arguably is his masterpiece. It's not important.
No.
Yeah, I mean, there were absurd turns that are still shocking to me when I'm forced to examine them.
Sure.
I had no formal training as an actor. I was a comedian who'd been a natural-born ham, who therefore had a natural ability on stage and not be nervous, who therefore could be natural and loose in front of a camera. And Barry Levinson saw that. And I remember getting the job after having to audition and screen test. And I had a manager at the time who also was a manager of Paul Reiser, who'd done Diner for Barry. And I said to my manager, he said to me, Paul had studied with an acting coach. Do you want to work with this acting coach? And I thought, yes, I do, because I'm going to be found out immediately. Barry thinks I can be loose and natural, and I'm comfortable, but holy shit, yes, because I'm surrounded by brilliant dramatic actors in Avalon. So I go to Barry and say, hey, Barry, and I explain to him about the acting coach, and can I get a copy of the script to give to the acting coach? And Barry said, oh, no. No. No, you're not going to, I'm not going to let some acting coach come in here and fuck up what you've already got going. No.
Yeah.
You just be loose and natural in front of the camera and you're going to be just fine. And it was about getting out of your way, which is a technique. In fact, when I got to A Few Good Men, I worked with one of the brilliant character actors of all time, J.T. Walsh. I confessed to him one day in his trailer that I didn't know what I was doing, and I had no formal training, and I had no business being there. And he said, but you're already doing a technique, Kevin, that actors train their whole lives to try to learn, which is less is more. You're already doing that. You just have to learn the second half, which is, well, now my ass is ringing. Put your ass on airplane mode, I think is what they should have told me. So he said, you have to learn how to be nothing. So he said, less is more, nothing is best. If you can do nothing in a scene and still focus, you win.
Right.
And so I've spent my whole career trying to learn how to do nothing. Yeah. In fact, Rob Reiner gave me great direction early on during rehearsal. He said, look, Nicholson's going to hit it out of the park just talking. So Tom's going to be swinging on the fences to try to keep up with Jack, and Demi's going to be swinging for the fences to try to keep up with both of them. I need you to hit one into the gap, maybe drive in a run.
Yeah.
And it was kind of perfect because that part was written as the conscious of the piece by the great Aaron Sorkin before he decided he was Shakespeare. And, there was just a sense of, you just get out of the way. Just say these words. Don't get caught acting. And thankfully, since I had no training to act, that was the easy part.
And yet, how much further away can you be from, your first rush was chewing up scenery doing a Bill Cosby, pantomime to move along? Because I just want to point this out.
I thought you were going to say, how did I know one day he would become a serial rapist?
We all kind of know.
Since we're talking about the truth and speaking through honesty and pain and misery, we can't keep mentioning his name without one of us qualifying.
But does that
There's
change?
an asterisk to that story.
Yeah,
sadly.
but does it change the
it's
way you feel about
heartbreaking.
him? Yeah.
It changes in a heartbeat. The same way if I'd found out that he was a serial killer. I mean, when that many people come forward, So for me and other people, Judd Apatow's been very, very open about it. Some would argue too. But whatever is your truth is how you deal with it. I just spoke to some students at USC. The great Leonard Maltin's been teaching a class there for 18 years. And I didn't do it on a podcast where the world could hear it. And now as I realize I should have just kept it to a theater of students. But what the hell? We were talking who your influence is, and Bill Cosby was the first. I lip-synced his first album. That was my act from age 10 to 16. And he couldn't have had a bigger effect on. I was learning timing and storytelling from a master when I just thought I was playing and lip-syncing, but that's what was seeping in. So to have your heart broken all these years later by this tragic history of audacity and atrocity, you can't help but be heartbroken and to feel the need to stand up and say, yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, I mean, he probably did as much for race relations in the 1960s, probably right up there with Martin Luther King, because here was this guy.
One could argue for sure.
Coming into the living room.
I had Bryan Cranston on my chat show, and in the research discovered there was only one other actor in the history of television that won the Emmy Award for Best Actor in a Lead Drama 3 years in a row, and you would have guessed it was Bill Cosby from I Spy.
Yeah.
3 years in a row, Best Actor. So the influence and the contribution to society as a whole is you can't even believe they're the same two people, which is why I use the word sociopath, because they aren't the same person.
Well,
be that as it may, go to iTunes and download Misery Loves Comedy.
But and that's where it all ends. I'm like, again, you better learn to laugh at some of this shit, because it's some of it.
But how amazing, and how amazing is it that we can be honest and truthful in comedy and the drama of life, as it turns out. But listen, I've wanted to do this show for years, and you were kind enough to be patient and hang in there while we try to figure out. So part of me is selfishly thrilled we waited till now.
Me too. I said that this morning.
Really?
Yeah, I said that this morning. I go, if there's ever a project I'd want you to talk about on this show, it was this one.
Yeah.
Because there's very few aspects of comedy that you haven't gone through. And there's very few people of your generation that you could say, Carson loved this guy. I mean, I know if you're young, you do not understand what it's like to say, Carson loved him, but it was about as big as what could have happened.
Sitting next to the king, making him laugh. Yeah. There was nothing like it. I don't know that there are career makers in a single person sitting on the couch making them laugh that exists anymore. But boy, was that, that was ridiculous and surreal. And you talk about being nervous. I remember being backstage every time when Johnny would say, now my next guest is a little weird. You may know him from this. Please welcome Kevin Pollak. And I remember just being backstage listening to that and feeling excited, like I'm going to Disneyland for the first time. Just an excitement, not a nervousness. And there's no question it was because he had made that possible. He had welcomed me into his home. And
well, sure.
Yeah.
I remember even so many of the comics I loved when I was a kid was probably because I saw Carson laughing and giving that over.
Yep.
And I'm like, yeah, I like Rickles too.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
He told you.
You know, it felt so good to have
I think
that.
we've seen that moment in films. Tell me what I think about this.
Yeah.
That a character looks at another person and says, what do I think of this? You know, or in a marriage, you know, do I like this? You know, that whole thing.
Right.
And there are opinion makers
Right.
throughout the centuries, and he was one of them.
Because he was trusted in terms of comedy.
Yeah.
And the fact that he would light up when he brought you out.
Well, I had a bag of tricks. He loved impersonations. He loved characters. He did them himself. And I had a bag of tricks. So to go on that show and do Peter Falk and see him push himself away from the desk, clutching his chest, was a joy in life I can't possibly match. Yeah.
And you got that as a very young man. That was...
Yeah, in my late 20s is when it started. And then, I remember Peter Falk stopping me in the produce section shortly thereafter. And moving one eye. He had, famous for having a glass eye, which I was able to teach myself to move only one eye when doing the impression, which killed on Carson. But then being stopped by the man himself, Peter Falk, in the produce section at Ralph's in Los Angeles, and having him say, how do you do that with your eye? Me, I understand, but how do you do that? Yeah.
I recently went back and watched a bunch of his stuff about 6 months ago. He was amazing.
Master.
Amazing performer.
Yeah.
But it is, for you when you're a young man doing this, it's somewhat of a cheat, it's somewhat of a cut in line when you can do impressions.
I started busting myself in my stand-up back and explaining to the audience that doing an impersonation is a parlor trick. I realized that. Almost like Penn and Teller will deconstruct a routine. Here's how it's not magic and I'm still going to fuck with your brain. It's a parlor trick. So if I can think of someone you like and I can recreate them in front of you, I will steal the affection you have for the actual person. Right? So recently I learned how to do Liam Neeson. Alan Arkin, who I do in my act, he and his youngest son, Tony, created a game called One Word Impressions. So you do an impersonation of someone, but you can only use one word to sell the entire impersonation. And here's the toughest part. You cannot use a word that person is famous for saying. Okay? That's cheating. So for Liam Neeson, the word is bananas. You all have familiar with the word. And Liam Neeson says that word like this. Bananas. Now that's one word. And that applause was, I would argue, involuntary because it tapped into emotional connection they have to him, his voice, connecting and combining that with how absurd it is that I reduced it to the word banana.
No.
Bananas, yeah.
And this is why, by the way, Pollak could teach a fucking class in comedy if they would be smart enough to, ever say.
Are you ready to learn how to do Jason Statham?
Yes,
okay.
There we are.
All right, 6 words boiled down to 2 syllables. Those 6 words are do you know what I mean? Right? Those are the 6 words in a row, which he says and boils them down to 2 syllables. You know what I mean? If I put you in that chair, you'd be dead in 30 seconds. You know what I mean? No, I don't. I got the chair part, but you lost me at the end. Did you say chow mein? It sounded like you said chow mein. Joe Mein. He's saying Joe Mean. So if you say Joe Mean, Joe Mean. 2 syllables, 6 words.
Yeah.
Hoda, everybody, Hoda.
Oh, Hoda, there she is. I think that's a wine lollipop she's got going. So God bless her for it. All right, what's the quickest Albert Brooks?
What is the story, by the way, with them drinking wine at 10 a.m.? It's 10 a.m.
Yeah, it is.
Is the idea they've been drinking all night?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or is the idea, hey, ladies, pour yourself a glass. It's 10 a.m. I really don't get it.
Yeah, I think it's just a stop to shakes.
Okay.
So, what's the fastest Albert Brooks you could do for us?
Oh, I've never tried to reduce him because I love doing him just a rambling sort of a stream of consciousness.
The great thing about Albert is he is one of those people that when he's in pain, we couldn't be happier. You know, Albert's disappointment is our joy.
Yeah.
You know,
Modern Romance is my favorite of his films that he wrote, directed, and starred in, and it speaks to the insecurity of a man in a relationship who may lean towards jealousy more so than necessary. And it gets to the heart of misery faster and more meaningful than any comedy I've ever seen.
And letting you know where it comes from, which is inside. It's not the world doing this to him. It's him constantly punishing himself.
Yeah. Yeah. He, I think I wrote about this in the only book I have written, called How I Slept My Way to the Middle. So he was a hero and idol of mine. I'd called in Larry King's radio show long before CNN, Mutual Radio. Larry was on an overnight show, and he had Albert Brooks on occasion. And one night I called in Larry King show as Albert. Hi, Larry. It's Albert. Hi, buddy. And so Larry said, I don't know who this is, but that's not Albert Brooks, but that's the best Albert Brooks impression I've ever heard. So eventually Larry would have me on the show. And one time, he was talking about me doing the impression of Albert, and Albert called in and said, hi, Larry, it's Albert. Listen, I'm listening to you and Kevin. I'm driving in my car. A cop pulled me over. He gave me 2 tickets. It doesn't even make sense, but it's hilarious.
Yeah. And isn't that true of most of his stuff? Like, you couldn't steal it.
Yeah.
It just belongs to him.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
But something like that, does that come to you easy, or do you work at something like that for a long time?
I find the ones that I work at I can never do. They come easily, and I put them in the act.
I always think it's funny that the other people will immediately go, oh, they'll look at somebody who's discovered the impression and then start to work from that place.
Yeah, no, Dana Carvey and I started out around the same time in San Francisco stand-up comedy, late 70s, and we always talk about and know that someone breaks the code.
Yeah.
And you start with their impression, and then you make it your own.
Yeah.
And he's broken the code on more than I could possibly fathom. Yeah.
What's always funny, though, now most people will start like with the Dana Carvey with not getting that.
Yeah.
You know, they're already crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He doesn't even pronounce words. Not got that. But I remember he was on SNL early on, and we were on the phone together one week, and he said, it was like a Tuesday. And I said, who are you doing this week? He said, they just asked me to do Ross Perot. And it was so early in the run that nobody really knew who Ross was that much. He'd been on Larry King a couple of times. So I said, how are you going to do Ross Perot? And he said, I don't know. They gave me tapes of him on Larry King. I'm going to try to figure it out. And in the course of the conversation, while Dana and I were on the phone, we started riffing Ross Perot. And by the end of the conversation, we both had a perfect Ross Perot. I said, well, this sucks because Saturday you're going to become famous for doing Ross Perot, and I'm going to have some knockoff impression no one's going to give a shit about. I mean, he found the code on that one. Larry kind of finished, right?
Yeah.
And for me, it was about Ross's ridiculous analogies that were meaningless, and yet somehow like, the economy is like peanut butter, see? If you feed it to a horse and he chews on it, it'll look like he's talking. Why, that makes no sense.
Yeah. But, despite, even say your accomplishments, the life that you have lived, because you happened to come up in San Francisco at that time, made the move to LA, found yourself in drama, found yourself in independent film. The internet started, so you get this chat show and you get to meet all these people.
Right.
I mean,
it all informed how to do the documentary.
Yeah, it all sets up, and you're doing this documentary, which is going to lead to you directing films, it all becomes this strange thing after a while. It looks like a long wave of, blessings, but...
Yeah, I would just say be proactive in your life. Don't wait for it to happen. 6 years ago when I started the chat show, I also sort of devised this mantra, which stays with me, which is if you're not creating, you're waiting. And for a performer, you wait for the phone to ring. Yeah. There's an agent, there's a manager, there's somebody representing you, and they bring you work. The myth is that they create the work. They don't. If you get a career going, they just answer the phone for the most part. But every now and then, they're proactive. In the case of Usual Suspects, my agent, that was maybe a year and a half, 2 years after A Few Good Men came out when I started getting offers and didn't have to audition. So he and I would get on the phone, and he'd say, here are the offers. And he would run down the list, and he would say who the director is, who the actors are, and before you read the script, that's who you're excited about. So he says, and there's this movie, Usual Suspects, you got to read. And I said, great, who wrote it? He said, well, you've never heard of him. I said, oh, terrific. Who's directing it? You never heard of him either. They're both 25 years old. Great. What else is going on? No. You got to read the script. Well, who's in it? Kevin Spacey. Great. Who else is in it? Maybe Gabriel Byrne. What the fuck are we talking about this for? Because again, this is 1994. Kevin was a character actor like me, a great one, but he hadn't starred in movies. He had one co-lead in Consenting Adults with Kevin Kline. He was a character actor. He doesn't drive movies. In fact, that screenplay that went on to win the Academy Award for Best Screenplay was turned down by 28 financiers, 6 of which said, we'll do this, but not with Kevin Spacey. And the director and the writer stuck by him. But again, that conversation, if my agent hadn't been proactive and said, you got to trust me, read this fucking thing. And it's still the best script I've ever read. So other than that, and a few other examples, yeah, you gotta be proactive in your own.
Well, you've worked with Tom Hanks and you've worked with Tom Cruise. They both make it look incredibly easy.
The Toms.
But if you're going to be a movie star for 30 years, you're pretty ambitious and you're pretty relentless to get the right projects over and over.
Yeah, and don't wait for them to come. Try to create things. So I created the chat show out of thin air. But this documentary was brought to me, and then I created what it is now.
But you had the skills now. You were at that point.
I don't want to argue like
no,
this.
But I brought this up before, and I think what's really great about this is I think that it's going to be around for a while, because if I was a young person or wanting to teach a young person some life lessons, you could set this up in front of them, and there's so many pieces.
I want to put that on the poster. That's the best review possible.
Well, then let's end it there, shall we? Let's end it there. It's Misery Loves Comedy and Kevin Pollak. Kevin, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.